Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. When we moved into this apartment 2 years ago, everything was fine. The first month passed without anything unusual. It was just a normal place, quiet, nothing strange, nothing unsettling. It felt like a fresh start. But then, something changed. I don't know exactly how to explain it. It wasn't like I saw something specific or heard anything unusual at first. It was more like a thought, a feeling, something small clicking into place, and after that, things started happening. At first, they were minor things that could be ignored or brushed aside. Small sounds, shadows in the corner of my eye, a sudden sense of being watched when I was completely alone. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. The apartment was new to us, so it would take time to get used to the sounds of the building settling. I was convinced there was a reasonable explanation for everything. But then two things happened that I couldn't ignore. It was a Sunday night in June when the first strange thing happened. My room has two types of lights, a main ceiling light and a small night light. I never sleep in complete darkness, so my night light always stays on while I sleep, and the main light remains off. I also have a habit of waking up in the middle of the night, usually between 12 and 2, just to drink some water or use the restroom. That night, I went to bed around 11, and as usual, I woke up at about 1. I turned on my main light, got up, went to the restroom, drank some water, and after making sure my door was locked, I turned off the main light and lay back down. I was awake for a while, staring at the dim glow of my night light, and eventually, I fell asleep again. When I woke up in the morning, something felt strange. It was one of those moments where you wake up, and before even opening your eyes, you know something is off. As I sat up, I realized what it was. The main light was on. I just stared at it, confused. I was sure I had turned it off before sleeping. It was part of my routine, the same way I locked my door before settling in for the night. There was no reason for the light to be on. At first, I thought maybe I had forgotten, that I had only thought I turned it off but never actually did. But I knew I had. I remembered lying in bed and looking at the night light. I had been awake for a while before sleeping, so it wasn't something I could have missed. I started to think about other possibilities. Maybe I sleepwalked? But that didn't make sense either. I have never sleepwalked in my life, not even as a child. I have no medical issues, no history of anything that could cause it. There was no logical reason for my light to be on. I sat there for a while, staring at it, trying to make sense of it. But there was nothing I could do. It was unsettling, but eventually, I decided to ignore it. Maybe I had made a mistake without realizing it. There was no point in stressing over something that had already happened. I let it go. A few days later, on Wednesday, something else happened. I was home alone. I had just made myself some food eaten and washed my dishes. I remember drying my hands and turning off the kitchen faucet before walking away to get ready for my classes. Everything was normal. Then, after some time, I heard something. It was the sound of running water. At first, I ignored it. Maybe there was still some water dripping from the faucet. But the sound didn't stop. It was steady, strong, not just a few drops. I frowned, trying to focus on it, and after a few seconds I knew something was wrong. I got up and walked to the kitchen. The sound got louder with each step. When I turned the corner and entered, I stopped. The faucet was on. Both taps, hot and cold, were fully turned on, water gushing out as if someone had twisted them all the way. But that wasn't the worst part. The floor was completely soaked, as if someone had spilled a full bucket of water across it. At first, I assumed the sink had overflowed, But when I checked, the sink was empty. There was only a thin layer of water at the bottom, nowhere near enough to spill onto the floor. I bent down and checked the cabinets under the sink, expecting them to be wet. They were completely dry. That didn't make sense. If the water had spilled over, the sink should have been full, at least to some extent. If it had splashed, the cabinets should have been damp. But neither of those things were true. The water was only on the floor, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. I stood there for a long time, staring at the mess. My brain kept trying to find an explanation. Maybe I forgot to turn the faucet off earlier, but I remembered drying my hands after washing the dishes. I wouldn't have done that if the water was still running. Maybe it was a plumbing issue? But this had never happened before, and it hasn't happened since. It was as if someone had physically turned on the faucet and then just disappeared. I had no idea what to do. My heart was pounding in my chest, but there was no one else in the house. I forced myself to clean up the mess and tried to move on. That should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. Since moving into this apartment, I have been having nightmares and sleep paralysis almost every night. I never used to have these kinds of dreams. The only time I ever experienced sleep paralysis was when I was a teenager and had watched a horror movie that scared me too much. Even my nightmares were always predictable, caused by being sick or watching something frightening before bed. But now, it's different. The nightmares are disturbing, dark, unexplainable. They don't feel like normal dreams. And the strangest part is, it's not just me. Anyone who sleeps in my room, even for just one night, has at least one episode of sleep paralysis. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. But it's happened too many times now. Different people, different situations, same result. It can't be random. I've tried to tell myself it's just stress. Maybe my mind is playing tricks on me. But that doesn't make sense either. These nightmares started before my student life even got stressful. Sure, I have assignments and projects like everyone else, but nothing extreme. My life isn't particularly chaotic. Yet every night, when I lie down to sleep, I feel it. That feeling of not being alone in my own room. That sensation of something watching me, just out of sight. The kind of fear that lingers even after I wake up, even after I tell myself that none of this makes sense. I don't know what to do anymore. The lights, the faucet, the soaked floor, the nightmares. They all point to something. Something I don't want to acknowledge. I keep telling myself it's just in my head. But what if it's not? When I had my first encounters with the paranormal, I thought those experiences were enough. But I was wrong. After everything I had been through, I believed my internship in Agra would be a fresh start. I would finally be away from the eerie hostel, away from the uneasiness I had felt for so long. I thought I could finally catch a break. But fate had other plans. I couldn't tell a single soul what I was going through. I was an atheist, someone who never prayed or believed in unseen forces. But what happened in Agra shook me in a way I never imagined. Something inside me changed. The storm had just begun, and I had no idea that this experience would transform me forever. When I first moved to Agra, my father helped me find a place in a paying guest house. It was comfortable, and for the first time, I was living on my own, away from my family. The independence was refreshing. The freedom, the lack of curfews, the night walks with friends, and the sight of the Taj Mahal from close proximity. It all felt like an adventure. Agra made me feel responsible yet free, a place where I was learning and growing. Apart from one unsettling experience in the presidential suite of my hotel, life seemed good. I thought I had left the fear behind. But I didn't know that this time, the entity would follow me. After 2 weeks in the PG, I realized it was too expensive. Thanks to my friends and colleagues, I found a more affordable rented house. It was a single-level house with a terrace, and within my first month in Agra, I had already moved again. My friend Nandini, who was also doing her internship at the same time, moved in with me, along with 2 other girls, Yamini and Shweta, who had been working in the hotel for years. The moment we moved in, something felt off. The landlord lived just one lane away in the same colony. The rent was surprisingly affordable, and despite there being 4 of us, he never increased it. That itself was odd. There was no formal lease, just a handwritten agreement stating how long we would stay. Then came the strange rules. We weren't allowed to go on the terrace in the evening. If we went up during the day, we had to be downstairs by 6 p.m. We were forbidden from walking in the lane in front of our house at night. Most disturbing of all, the house was never to be left empty. At least 2 of us had to be inside at all times. It made no sense. We were hotel professionals and students. Our schedules were unpredictable. Why would he rent out the house to us if he had such strict conditions? Then, we found out the house had been vacant for more than a decade. At first, we tried to ignore it all. The landlord's rules felt excessive, but we didn't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. Still, we couldn't deny that the house had a strange history. Little things started happening. Objects moved from one place to another without explanation. At night, we heard footsteps in the open space outside. Sometimes they sounded like slippers shuffling. Other times, heavier, as if someone was pacing. We told ourselves it was our neighbors. Our house was squeezed between 2 much larger ones, 3 and 4 stories high. Maybe the sounds were just echoes from their homes. It was a reasonable explanation. But the incidents inside the house were harder to ignore. I remember one evening clearly, as if it just happened yesterday. I was on the terrace, casually walking while talking to my cousin on the phone. I had forgotten about the landlord's warning. It wasn't intentional. I often went up there during the daytime, and he never said I couldn't. It was around 6 p.m., and the sky was dimming. I felt a pair of eyes on me. I looked around but saw nothing. Then I remembered my house was between 2 larger houses. I glanced up at one of them. A man was standing on the balcony of the 3-story house, staring directly at me. The moment I caught him looking, he turned away and disappeared inside. A few minutes later, I heard him talking softly on his phone, a faint mumbling sound. I tried to focus back on my cousin's voice. She must have noticed my distraction because she said, "Tanya! You're not listening, are you? Your attention is somewhere else, right?" I laughed, apologizing. She started giggling, as usual, her cheerful energy pulling me back. That's when I noticed something strange. The soft mumbling had stopped. The air around me felt too still. The leaves on the trees weren't moving. I suddenly felt lightheaded, as if I was about to get a migraine. I tried to focus on my cousin's voice, clinging to her giggles. But the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I turned my head slightly and saw it. A dark shadow sitting at the far end of the terrace, diagonal from where I stood. The most disturbing part was that the light from our open space downstairs was reflecting behind it. I could see the bricks, the ground, the background, everything except the figure itself. It had no features, just a tilted head, as if watching me with curiosity. I froze. I remembered the old warning, never respond if someone calls your name at night. I ignored it. But it wasn't going to leave. A cold breeze brushed my left temple. Sweat dripped from my neck down my spine. My forehead felt damp. A breath of air touched the back of my neck. I stayed quiet, my lips tight, gripping my phone. Then it moved. The shadow figure rose slowly and began gliding toward me. It knew I had seen it. The moment I realized that, Yamini called my name from downstairs. Everything snapped back into focus. I could hear again. The world was normal. I ran. I didn't even realize I was heading straight toward the entity's path. As I passed, I felt its touch on my left arm. The temperature around me dropped sharply, and for a brief second, I couldn't breathe. I reached downstairs, panting, face pale, drenched in sweat. Yamini scolded me for being on the terrace. The landlord showed up minutes later, furious. "You should not have been up there," he snapped. "You girls live alone. I don't want people knowing that." I didn't argue. I couldn't speak. I had felt it. That night, it didn't leave. The knocking on our main door started after midnight. Not regular knocks, scratching. Then it turned to booming bangs. We were alone. We were terrified. Yamini checked. No one was outside. The knocking continued. Then we heard it. Footsteps on the iron staircase leading to the terrace. One. By. One. Loud. Heavy. Not human. Something was up there. The landlord arrived after 15 minutes. By then, the scratching, knocking, and dragging sounds on the terrace had reached a terrifying peak. But when he checked, the terrace was empty. He locked the door permanently. Tied a sacred thread around the knob. I moved out a few weeks later. The landlord told me the house had brought him bad luck. He sold it to a builder. Within days of us leaving, it was being torn down. I don't know what I believe anymore. I don't blindly believe in ghosts. But I believe in what I experienced. And I know that it still exists. Somewhere. Watching. Waiting. It was past midnight, and I was working furiously on my desktop, racing against the deadline. The house was silent except for the hum of my computer, my fingers tapping away on the keyboard. My dog, Leo, had his own schedule. He had this habit of wanting to go out at odd hours, and tonight was no different. He whined at the door, glancing back at me as if reminding me of our usual routine. His way of saying, "Let's go, it's time." I was tired, my back stiff from sitting for hours. A walk didn't seem like a bad idea. I picked up his leash and stepped outside with him. Leo had recently found a new favorite spot, but it was at a strange location. To get there, I had to walk left from my building, cross 2 more buildings, then take another left onto a narrow path that stretched about 20 meters before ending abruptly. The path was lined with wild shrubs, old abandoned cars overtaken by nature, and scattered junk. Beyond it lay dense wilderness that no one ventured into. Right before the path ended, on the left, stood an old, dilapidated one-story structure with a towering peepal tree behind it. The tree's bare branches spread over the building like a watchful shadow. The structure had once been a government office but had been abandoned for years. The street was deserted. Not even the usual stray dogs were around, which felt odd. The dim glow of scattered streetlights barely reached the entrance of the path, and as I stepped further in, darkness swallowed me. The stillness of the night settled in, and though I was used to walking in the dark, something about this night made me more aware of my surroundings. Maybe it was instinct. Leo trotted ahead, sniffing the ground, circling in his usual ritual before settling in. I stood there, lost in my thoughts, staring at nothing in particular. Then Leo stiffened. His ears perked up, and he locked his gaze on the abandoned building. His body tensed, and a soft whine escaped him. I frowned. "What is it, boy?" He didn't look at me, just kept staring ahead, his front paw lifted slightly. Then he let out a low growl. I followed his gaze, squinting in the dark. At first I saw nothing, but as my eyes adjusted, the structure came into focus. The 4 steps leading up to the corridor, the 2 pillars at the top, and the doors on either side. Then I saw something move. A dark figure paced slowly along the corridor. It seemed feminine, long hair hanging loose, but its movement was not normal. It didn't walk, it glided. A chill crawled up my spine. I wanted to believe it was just a person. Maybe someone had taken shelter there for the night. But Leo's reaction told me otherwise. He wasn't barking, wasn't lunging. He was alert, but silent, staring as if frozen in place. The shadow continued pacing. Every time it reached the pillar, it momentarily disappeared behind it, only to emerge on the other side. I tried adjusting my eyes again, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then something changed. As the figure passed behind the pillar, it didn't reappear. Instead, at the base of the pillar, a small, dark shape materialized. A cat-like figure. Before I could react, it leaped down the entrance steps and vanished into the shrubs in front of me. A shiver ran through me. I couldn't explain why, but something about it felt wrong. Every instinct in me screamed to leave. I yanked Leo's leash and turned back toward the main road. My legs moved faster than I intended, my breath uneven. When we reached the street lamp, I stopped to catch my breath. Glancing back, I saw only darkness. The path was empty. Silent. I hurried home without looking back again. For 2 days, I couldn't shake off the uneasiness. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the shadows had played tricks on my tired mind. But Leo's reaction had been real. Curiosity got the better of me, and 2 days later, I returned in daylight. The place looked exactly the same, locked, abandoned, covered in dust and cobwebs. The ground was untouched, scattered with dry leaves. Nothing suggested that anyone had been there. And yet I knew. Something had been there that night. Something had watched us. And something had moved. I never walked that path again after midnight. Back in the 1960s, my grandfather worked as a mechanic and had to travel around 20 kilometers every day to get to his workshop. The city was still developing at that time, with vast stretches of dense vegetation and poorly lit streets. Many roads were barely more than dirt paths cutting through the wilderness. The route my grandfather took to and from work was no different, isolated, dark, and almost deserted at night. It was so abandoned that even the railway crossing operator would leave his post after dark. One particular night, around 10 p.m., my grandfather was riding his motorbike home after work. The wind was cool, and the darkness was thick, broken only by his bike's dim headlight. As he approached a lonely stretch of road, he spotted an old man standing by the roadside, dressed in a dhoti and kurta, the traditional clothing of North India. The moment my grandfather laid eyes on him, he felt something was wrong. A wave of uneasiness crept over him, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The man didn't seem normal, though nothing about him was immediately alarming. As my grandfather got closer, the old man raised his hand and signaled for him to stop. His voice, calm but pleading, carried through the silent road. He asked my grandfather for a lift, saying he was a poor old man who needed help getting home. My grandfather slowed down, but did not stop. His first thought was that this might be a trick, a ploy to rob him on an empty road. It wasn't uncommon for people to stage helpless situations to lure in kind-hearted passers-by before attacking them. He wasn't going to take the risk. Without saying a word, he simply rode past the man, ignoring his request. Something in him told him to look back once he was a few meters ahead. Maybe it was paranoia, maybe it was instinct. Whatever it was, he turned his head slightly, and what he saw froze his blood. The old man was gone. In his place stood a young boy. Not only had his age changed, but his clothes had transformed too. The dhoti and kurta were gone, replaced by something different, but he still stood at the exact same spot, facing away, as if waiting for the next traveler to pass. My grandfather felt pure terror grip his chest. His hands tightened around the handlebars, and he did the only thing he could think of. He started praying. He revved the throttle, pushing his bike as fast as it would go, racing away from that stretch of road. In Indian folklore, there are stories of shape-shifting spirits known as go. They are said to take different forms, tricking travelers into looking into their eyes. The belief is that once you lock eyes with them, you are doomed. Perhaps the only reason my grandfather survived was because it was too dark to see the entity's eyes. Or maybe it was because when he looked back, the figure was turned away. Whatever the reason, he made it home safely that night. Despite the terrifying experience, my grandfather continued to take the same route every night. There was no alternative path, and he had to work. But from that day on, whenever he approached that part of the road, he would ride as fast as possible, never stopping, never looking back, and praying the entire way. It never happened again. He never experienced anything supernatural before or after that night. But the fear never left him. Years later, when I was 10 years old, he told this story for the first time. We were driving back from a relative's house after dinner, and the entire family was in the car. My grandparents, my uncle and aunt, their son, and me. As he recounted the chilling encounter, he decided to take us to that road. Even in the mid-2000s, it hadn't changed much. It was still a narrow, isolated stretch, surrounded by tall, dense trees, their branches arching over the road like silent watchers. The railway crossing was still abandoned at night, locked with no operator in sight. I was just a kid, but the moment we got closer, a deep fear gripped me. The darkness outside the car windows looked endless, swallowing everything in sight. I started crying and yelling, begging everyone not to go any further. Something about that place terrified me in a way I couldn't explain. Even though I had never seen what my grandfather had, I felt it. There was something wrong with that road, and I never wanted to go back. Back in 1997, I had just graduated and was looking for my first job. In other words, I was jobless and had all the time in the world. My friend Ajay, who had managed to land a decent job before the rest of us, had recently bought a second-hand Enfield Bullet from his first salary. Being a devoted follower of Sai Baba of Shirdi, he wanted to make a trip from Mumbai to Shirdi on his bike as a kind of offering. Since he needed company, he invited me along as a pillion rider. With nothing much to do, I happily agreed. It seemed like a fun adventure. I had never been on such a long journey on a bike before, especially not on a Bullet, and definitely never at night. The idea excited me. Ajay was an experienced rider, having driven since his teenage years, and he knew this route well. His family was in the transport business, and he had occasionally driven his father's truck along the same highway. But in those days, the Mumbai-Nashik highway was not for the faint-hearted, especially at night. Though a national highway, it was narrow, full of potholes, and poorly lit. The Kasaraghat section was the most treacherous, a winding uphill climb through the mountains, notorious for accidents. It was one of the most dangerous stretches on this route. We started in the early evening, planning to reach Shirdi by 1 or 2 a.m. so we could attend the early morning prayers. The distance from Mumbai to Shirdi was roughly 250 kilometers, and we estimated that, considering the road conditions, it would take us about 7 hours on the Bullet. But things didn't go as planned. Ajay, confident in his riding skills, sped through the pothole-ridden roads, weaving through the madness of Indian truck drivers. To make things worse, the headlight of the Bullet was weak and only lit up a small area ahead. The beam would brighten only if we accelerated, meaning we had to keep speeding to see the road properly. It was a nerve-wracking ride. By the time we reached Nashik, it was already 12:30 a.m. My backside was sore from the rock-hard seat, and we were exhausted. We stopped at a roadside stall for tea and bun butter, stretched our legs, and took a break before setting off again. From Nashik, the roads surprisingly improved. They were smooth, and the Bullet purred like a cat. We sped through the empty highway under the moonless sky, the cool night wind rushing past us. For what felt like an eternity, we rode in complete silence, the only sound being the deep rumble of the Bullet's engine. The darkness around us felt endless. Then, Ajay suddenly slowed down and pulled to the side of the road. I looked around, confused. We had stopped in what seemed to be a small village junction. There were no houses nearby, no streetlights, not even a single soul in sight. I asked Ajay why we had stopped. He didn't answer immediately. His face looked confused. "I think we missed our turn," he finally said. "I don't know where we are." That startled me. Ajay knew these roads like the back of his hand. He had been driving here for years, and yet, he had no idea where we were. I asked him, "Should we turn back?" Before he could respond, a police van approached us and stopped. A man in the van leaned out of the passenger side. His face was almost entirely covered by a muffler, with only his eyes visible. In the dim light, I couldn't make out his features properly. "What happened?" he asked in a thick local dialect. "Why are you both stopped here at this hour?" Since I knew the local dialect, I explained that we were headed to Shirdi but missed our turn and had gotten lost. The man stared at us for a long moment. Then, he said, "Bow, this is Sangamner. You've gone way past your turn." Ajay and I exchanged puzzled looks. How had we missed an entire turn and ended up so far ahead without realizing it? I asked the policeman if we should turn back. He shook his head. No, don't take that route. It's too long. Take a left ahead, it'll get you to Shirty faster. We thanked him and followed his directions. The road he pointed to was a deep interior route. No streetlights, no villages, just an endless stretch of trees on either side. It felt never-ending. After what seemed like forever, we finally reached Shirty at 7 a.m., completely missing the morning prayers. We were too exhausted to care. We found a hotel, checked in, and collapsed into sleep. At the time, we dismissed the incident as a simple mistake. Maybe we had just been tired. Maybe Ajay had simply been too distracted to notice the missed turn. We never thought much about it. But 4 days later, something happened that changed everything. I was home, lying on my sofa, eyes closed but wide awake. My mind was drifting when, out of nowhere, I felt a crushing weight on my chest. I couldn't breathe. I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't move. It was like something was pinning me down. Then, suddenly, I saw them. 2 men, dressed in police uniforms, thick mustaches, dark, suntanned faces. They were laughing. One was on either side of me, holding me down. I couldn't move. I couldn't fight back. Then, the one on my right leaned in close and whispered into my ear. It was so much fun making you guys lose your way that night. And they burst into laughter again. I was struggling to break free, but their grip was too strong. In desperation, I started chanting my family deity's name. Suddenly, the weight lifted. The vision vanished. I gasped for air, my heart pounding. My body felt drained, like I had been drugged. I stumbled to the kitchen, gulped down glass after glass of water, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had it been a dream? A hallucination? But it had felt too real. Still shaken, I remembered a spiritual healer I had once met. I called him and rushed to his home, a small row house beneath a huge peepal tree. The old man listened patiently, then closed his eyes. For a few moments, he remained silent. Then, he opened his eyes and said one word. Chakwa. He smiled and patted my leg. I later learned that Chakwa was a low-level entity that haunts lonely forest roads, tricking travelers. They don't necessarily harm people. They just enjoy making them lose their way. Was it a psychological trick of the mind? Maybe. But even now, after all these years, I still remember their laughter. When my roommate left for Uttarakhand for her father's rites, Nandini went to stay with her boyfriend, and the 4th roommate had her night shift. I found myself completely alone in the house. It had been a long day at work after my morning shift in the front desk department, and by the time I returned home, the rain had stopped. The air was still cool, and the atmosphere felt oddly peaceful. I spent the evening unwinding, listening to music, and attempting to cook for the first time. The meal turned out a little too greasy, but it wasn't a total failure. Later, I called my mother on my LG flip phone, the one with the small blue blinking light that signaled new messages. That detail might seem insignificant, but it became important that night. Our conversation stretched for nearly 3 hours. I missed my parents terribly that day, and just hearing my mother's voice made me feel lighter, happier. When I finally ended the call, I lay down on my mattress, feeling comforted by the familiar sound of Indian music playing softly from my phone. At times, I switched to playing Snake Zenzia, that old mobile game where you had to maneuver a growing snake without letting it hit the walls or itself. For a while, I simply enjoyed the moment. But then, my eyes drifted to the door of my room. I was in the larger bedroom, the one with access to the open space outside. A gentle breeze came through the window, carrying the scent of damp earth from the earlier rain. I decided it was time to sleep, so I got up and switched off the lights. I played the game for a little longer until drowsiness took over, my eyelids growing heavy. That was when I noticed something strange. The door to my room, which had been slightly ajar, was closing by itself. Not in the way it should have, slamming shut due to the wind. No, it was moving slowly, inch by inch, as if someone was deliberately pushing it closed without making a sound. At first, I was too tired to comprehend what I was seeing. My brain struggled to make sense of it. Then, a clicking sound came from the adjacent room, like someone had just entered and gently shut the door behind them. That was the moment I fully registered what was happening. I was alone in the house. I sat up, feeling my throat go dry. Reaching for the glass of water on the chair beside me, I took a long sip and tried to calm myself. Maybe it was just the wind. Maybe the lock of the other door had clicked on its own. But something in me didn't believe that. I got up, grabbed my pillow and phone, and moved to the smaller bedroom. I thought it would feel safer, especially since it had an attached bathroom, and the moonlight streaming through the window made the space feel less eerie. That was a mistake. As I settled into the smaller room, I heard footsteps. They were coming from the open space outside. The steps were clear, deliberate. It was as if someone was pacing back and forth. I wanted to believe it was the neighbors. But our house didn't have high ceilings or open corridors where echoes could travel. And there was no roof over the open space outside my window. There was nothing for sound to bounce off. The steps continued. Then, suddenly, the door of the adjacent room moved again, this time with force. It started as a soft motion, like before. Then, it slammed shut. The footsteps grew louder, moving closer to the window near my bed. I turned my head slowly, staring at the glass. There was no one there. But I felt someone standing outside, watching me. A surge of frustration washed over me. If there was truly something there, why wasn't I seeing it? Then, the sound changed. I heard the tap turn on. At first, it was just a faint trickle of water. Then it grew louder, as if someone was gently twisting the knob, trying not to make noise. My stomach clenched. That wasn't a faulty tap dripping. It was being opened deliberately. A splashing sound came from the bathroom attached to my room. It was the sound of someone washing their face. There was a rhythm to it, water hitting skin, pausing, then repeating. I could hear the palms of hands pressing against the face, rubbing slowly, methodically. Then, the sound of another tap opening in the kitchen. The noises inside the house multiplied. The footsteps moved into the living room. The presence wasn't just in one place anymore. It was everywhere. I lay on my mattress, completely frozen. My breathing was too loud. The silence between the sounds made me feel like it could hear me. I had always read about haunted places, heard stories of eerie encounters. But this was inside my home. This was happening to me. I forced myself to move. I reached for the light switch. The moment the room lit up, everything stopped. No footsteps. No water running. No presence. I took slow, careful steps toward the window, looking outside into the open space. Nothing. I walked to the kitchen and bathrooms, checking every corner. Nothing. The house was completely silent. I exhaled, trying to steady my nerves. I turned off the lights and went back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there. As I lay in the darkness, I felt pressure on my back. It was subtle at first, like someone resting an arm across me. Then it grew heavier. My body stiffened. My phone was by my shoulder, but I couldn't even turn toward it. The pressure was on my left side, pinning me down. My back was facing the door. The footsteps had stopped outside. I had the overwhelming feeling that it was standing at my door. For some reason, I knew it couldn't enter. But it was waiting. A soft blue glow reflected on my glasses beside me, the blinking light of my phone. I turned my head slightly. That was when I saw it. A shadow figure stood at the entrance of my room. I wasn't scared at first. Just confused. The strangest part was that I could feel a cold presence beside me on the mattress at the same time. As if something was hugging me tightly, suffocating me. I had never felt that before. Even in my hostel, even in all the strange experiences I had encountered before, this was different. I shot up, turning on the light. Gone. The room was empty. I grabbed the small Hanuman Chalisa book that my friend had given me, a devotional hymn book she said would protect against nightmares. Maybe it was just a placebo effect, but the moment I held it, I felt calmer. The footsteps didn't stop, but they didn't enter my room again. I gathered my things and moved to the larger bedroom. For some reason, it felt safer. The presence was still there. I could hear it moving. At times, it entered the larger room. I felt it press down on the mattress. But it never touched me again. As I lay there, exhausted, my thoughts drifted to my grandfather. He had passed years ago, but for some reason, I felt his presence. Not the entities. His. A feeling of warmth surrounded me, something I hadn't felt in a long time. And for the first time that night, I fell asleep. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I lived in that house, I often heard footsteps upstairs whenever I was alone. Sometimes they were soft and careful, like someone trying not to make noise. Other times, they were loud and heavy, as if someone was stomping angrily on the wooden floors. But most of the time, they had an odd dragging sound, like someone shuffling their feet across the floor. At first, I didn't think much of it. I was usually engrossed in my books, and I told myself it was just the old house settling, or maybe large rats scurrying around. That house definitely had a few. It was an easy explanation, and I was too focused on my studies to let my mind wander. My bed was right under a window, one that had wooden slats I had to push closed. But the part of the window near my head was broken, so I had to prop it shut with an empty effervescent bottle. Some nights, out of sheer laziness, I forgot to close it completely. And on those nights, I had the same nightmare. A tall, faceless, shadowy man would lean into my window, beckoning me. He had unnaturally long arms and legs, his body towering over the window frame. His presence was overwhelming, and I felt as if he was calling me to step outside. Back then, I had never heard of Slender Man. In fact, I only learned about him a couple of years ago. But the first time I saw an image of him, I felt a chill run down my spine. Because he reminded me of my nightmares. Despite these experiences, I never dwelled on them. I ignored the noises at night when I was the only one awake. I prayed when the tall man appeared in my sleep, and by morning, I would shake it off and move on. I told myself it was just my imagination, a product of an overactive mind, nothing more. That house, despite everything, holds bittersweet memories for me. I spent my teenage years there, a time when our family was struggling financially. I never thought of it as haunted or something to be afraid of. But a few weeks ago, something made me question everything. One of my former housemates found me on Facebook and reached out. We exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing about the old house. Then, out of nowhere, she said, "I hated that house. I always heard footsteps when I was alone, even during the day. I could never sleep properly. I always had nightmares of a tall anino peeking through my window." Anino is the Filipino word for shadow. I froze. I never told anyone except my mother about the nightmares I had in that house. My housemate had never mentioned them before. And yet, she had experienced the exact same thing. I quickly shared my own memories with her, and she was shocked. She swore she had never told anyone about it, and I believed her. Was the tall, shadowy man real? Were the footsteps upstairs paranormal? Looking back, I'm amazed at how I reacted back then. I just ignored it all. I heard things, felt things, and saw things, and I brushed them aside. Now, years later, I can't help but wonder, what if I wasn't imagining any of it? That summer, I was 6 years old and had gone to spend my holidays at my maternal uncle's house, a place I always loved visiting. My uncle's home felt like a second home to me, mostly because I had two cousins my age, and whenever we were together, time seemed to fly. We played all day, made up silly games, and went on little adventures of our own. Every visit was filled with laughter and joy, and this time was no different. Except for one thing. My uncle had bought a new bike. It was shiny, new, and instantly became the center of my attention. As a kid, I had always been fascinated by bikes, and I wished more than anything that I was old enough to ride it myself. Seeing my excitement, my cousins also got excited, and together we begged our uncle for a ride. At first, he refused, but when he saw that we wouldn't stop pleading, he finally gave in. That evening, around 5 p.m., we set out on our little adventure. One of my cousins sat on the fuel tank, my uncle was driving, I sat right behind him, and my other cousin was at the very back. 4 people on a bike may sound a little too much, but we were tiny, and in those days, nobody really cared about these things. It was all about having fun. The bike roared to life, and as we rode out of the house, we waved goodbye to everyone with huge smiles on our faces. These were simpler times, where happiness came from small things. As the bike picked up speed, the excitement rushed through me. The air was cool against my face, the road stretched ahead, and everything around us blurred as we sped past. The roads weren't great, but my uncle was a skilled driver. Every now and then, the bike would hit a pothole, making us bounce slightly, and each time it happened, we burst into laughter, holding on tightly so we wouldn't fall off. It felt like the best ride of our lives. We were curious about everything. My cousins and I kept looking around, turning our heads every few seconds to see both sides of the road. We didn't want to miss a thing. The houses became less frequent as we moved ahead, and soon, there were none at all. The road was now surrounded by tall trees, their branches forming an almost tunnel-like canopy over the narrow path. On the left side, a small river ran alongside the road, separating us from the dense forest beyond. The sun was beginning to set, casting a soft, golden glow over everything, but it wasn't dark yet. The light was still enough for me to see clearly. And that's when I saw it. It was just a shape at first, something pale on the riverbank. My young mind tried to make sense of it, and as we got closer, my eyes adjusted. It was a hand. A severed hand, lying palm down on the ground, cut just below the wrist. It was unnaturally pale, almost white, and the fingernails were long, painted a deep, blood-red color. The contrast between its brightness and the dark soil of the riverbank made it stand out in an unsettling way. My stomach dropped, but I couldn't look away. As we got closer, I kept my gaze fixed on it, making sure I wouldn't lose sight of it. Then it moved. At first, it was just a slight twitch, a tiny motion, almost like a spasm. Then, it started crawling. No, not crawling, it was running. The fingers tapped against the ground like tiny legs, moving unnaturally fast, scurrying along the riverbank in perfect sync with our bike. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, but my body didn't react. I just watched. The hand kept pace with us, matching our speed perfectly. I should have screamed. I should have shouted for my uncle to look, for my cousins to see what I was seeing. But I didn't. I remained completely silent, staring at the disembodied hand, my mind frozen. Then, just as suddenly as it had moved, it stopped. And in the blink of an eye, it vanished. 1 second, it was there, moving with us, and the next, gone. The bike kept going, and I turned my head slowly, staring at the spot where it had disappeared. There was nothing there anymore, just the calm river, the forest beyond, and the soft glow of the setting sun. And still, I said nothing. Even now, thinking about it years later, that is what unsettles me the most. Why didn't I say anything? If someone sees something strange, terrifying, or even unusual, the first instinct is to react. You scream, you point it out, you tell the people around you to look. But I didn't do any of that. I just watched. I wasn't paralyzed by fear. My body could move, my mouth could open, but it didn't. I was too calm. And that's what scares me even more now than the actual incident. Years later, when I grew older and started thinking about it more, I finally asked my cousins if they had seen anything unusual that day. They hadn't. They remembered the bike ride, the potholes, the cool air, and the beautiful road lined with trees. But none of them saw the hand. It was just me. I kept replaying the memory in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a trick of the light, maybe it was my imagination, maybe it was something else entirely. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I know one thing for sure. I saw it. And I don't think I'll ever forget it. Buying that house was supposed to be the beginning of something wonderful. My husband Alan and I had put everything we had into it. We begged, borrowed, and stretched our savings thin to afford it, along with the cost of repairs. It was an old 2-story house on 5 acres, about 14 miles northeast of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. We didn't know much about its history, just that it hadn't been lived in since the early 1900s. At first, the house just seemed strange. The architecture was inconsistent. The front and back portions looked like they belonged to completely different time periods. The land itself felt empty. In an area where wildlife should have been abundant, we saw nothing. No coyotes, raccoons, deer, or even birds. The stream at the back of the property should have been a watering spot, yet there were no tracks, no signs of life. As the contractor's crew started working, they began feeling uneasy. They said it felt like someone was always watching them. Then their tools started disappearing, only to be found later inside the house, in places no one remembered putting them. Despite everything, we had never gone upstairs. The stairwell was behind a heavy wooden door, and no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't get it open. The only way to do it was to break the door down, but for some reason, that idea felt unacceptable to me. One day, our friend Scott, who was helping with some of the work, climbed a ladder to peek through the second-story window. He saw a couch and several rolls of carpet stacked against the door, blocking it from the inside. By the time the workers were done with the first floor, Alan, Scott, and I were handling the finishing touches. The plan was simple. The guys would go on a supply run while I finished painting the last baseboard. After that, I was looking forward to a hot bath. Once they left, I wrapped up my work, went to the bathroom, and ran the bathwater. I sat on the bed to rest for a moment. The next thing I knew, Alan was waking me up. I had no memory of falling asleep. I vaguely remembered running the bath, but when Alan mentioned the water was still hot, confusion washed over me. Over an hour had passed. The water should have been cold by then. Even stranger, I didn't remember turning it off. Still groggy, I sat at the table where Alan and Scott had laid out KFC for dinner. I was starving, but something felt off. As I started eating, something caught my attention. My wedding rings were missing. I never took them off. They weren't fancy, just simple bands, but they meant everything to me. At first, I thought Alan and Scott were playing a prank, but their confused faces told me otherwise. We searched the entire house for over an hour. Nothing. For weeks, I kept hoping they would turn up, but they never did. And that's when I started feeling it, a presence in the house. Alan never felt anything, but Scott, who was spiritually sensitive, sensed it briefly before it would disappear. It was like something was aware of being noticed, and would retreat when confronted. By the time we saved up enough to start work on the second floor, I still refused to break the door down. So, Alan and Scott climbed the ladder again, slipped in through the window, and moved the couch and carpet rolls away. Scott's wife, Alex, was with me as we finally opened the door. The upstairs was eerie. The floors were rotting, covered in dust and cobwebs. The only light came through the dirty windows, casting dim beams through the stale air. As we explored, Scott called out from a room at the end of a short hallway. He stood in front of an old wooden bureau, its top drawer slightly open. "Look inside," he said. I stepped forward and peered in. My wedding rings were there. They sat neatly on top of a small, dust-covered journal, tied shut with a faded red ribbon. I was stunned. My mind raced for an explanation. I accused Scott of playing a joke, but Alex and Alan convinced me otherwise. There was no way he could have planted them there. But how did they get there? When we hired workers to renovate the upstairs, they reported the same strange occurrences, the feeling of being watched, tools vanishing and reappearing. Alan grew impatient, insisting we were imagining things. As time passed, I stopped bringing it up because every time I did, it led to an argument. Then things got worse. I began feeling drained all the time. My energy vanished, my sleep suffered, and when I did sleep, I had vivid, disturbing dreams. Dreams where I was being touched. Each time, I would wake up disoriented, my clothes shifted, my shirt pulled up, my jeans unbuttoned, sometimes even my underwear moved. I tried telling myself it was just exhaustion, but I felt it. Then came the night when it went too far. Alan was asleep beside me. I was watching TV, barely aware of what was on, when I heard the familiar footsteps in the hall. This time, they didn't stop at the door like usual. The door slowly creaked open. I felt a wave of terror. I tried to shake Alan awake, whispering his name. He didn't stir. I shook him harder. Nothing. Then I heard it, a growl mixed with laughter. The blankets slid off me. A hand grabbed my sweatpants, tugging them down. I punched Alan's arm, screaming his name. He didn't wake up. A clawed hand gripped my throat, pinning me down. Pain shot through me as I felt my legs being forced apart. I was raped. I remember losing consciousness at some point, either from the pain or the horror. When I woke up, I was naked, covered in a strange oily substance, and my body was covered in scratches. Alan was still asleep, undisturbed. I ran to another room and locked myself in, clutching my gun, but I never felt safe again. Alan dismissed my pleas for help, convinced I was having nightmares. Days later, it happened again, this time in the shower. I never saw what attacked me, but I felt it. I finally told Alex everything. She was the only one who believed me. She took me out of that house. Scott started researching the property's history, and what he found was worse than we imagined. The house had been built in 1850, during the Civil War era. It had burned down once, and the family inside had been murdered, but not before the son, a teen named Hiram, had killed his own mother and helped Union deserters slaughter his family. His mother's spirit lingered in the house, trying to protect me, but Hiram had grown stronger over the years. We couldn't get rid of him. Alan finally gave in. We sold the house at a huge loss. The new owner knew the history and still bought it. Alan and I never recovered. We separated twice. Talked about divorce. The house took everything from me, my peace, my marriage, and my sense of safety. I don't know if the new owner has experienced anything, but I still check sometimes. The house is still occupied. For now. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was in the 8th grade when it happened. It was around 6 in the evening, and I was getting ready to go to my friend's house, where we usually studied, played games, and just had fun. In our Angan courtyard, there was an autumbar tree that stood tall, its branches often visited by monkeys. As I was getting ready, a sudden, loud thud echoed outside, as if something had just landed heavily on one of the branches. Curious, I stepped outside to check, but there was nothing. Given how common it was for monkeys to come and go, I dismissed it as just another one of their antics, and went back inside. I was fixing my hair, looking into the mirror, when something made my heart skip a beat. In the reflection, I saw a girl standing behind me. She called my name. Rushi. My breath caught in my throat, and my body stiffened. I spun around instantly, but there was no one there. Just the open doorway leading to the Angan, silent and empty. I stepped outside, scanning the area, but there was nothing unusual. An eerie silence hung in the air. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Trying to shake off the unease, I ignored it and continued with my day. A few days later, something even stranger happened. Our television was in that same room, and I was watching it like any other evening. Everything was normal until, suddenly, the room turned cold. Not just slightly chilly, but unnaturally cold, as if all warmth had been sucked out of the air. A strange presence settled around me, invisible yet undeniable. It lasted only a few minutes before the temperature returned to normal. It became a routine occurrence. Almost every day, I would feel something, an unseen presence, a shift in the air. but I continued to ignore it, convincing myself it was nothing. Then came the nightmare. It was night, around 7 p.m., and I was walking home from my tuition class. The street was dark, illuminated only by the soft glow of the moon. There were no streetlights, just shadows stretching across the lonely road. Then I heard my name. Rushi. The voice was calm but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine as I turned around. There, standing in the darkness, was a girl. She wore a red kurta and cream-colored pajama. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, unmoving despite the night breeze. Her face was shrouded in darkness, as if the shadows refused to let me see it. Tuza Nav Rushi Chika? Is your name Rushi? She asked. Something about the way she spoke sent a wave of fear through me. Before I could respond, dogs from the nearby houses began barking furiously, their growls and howls breaking the stillness of the night. Terrified, I blurted out, "No!" And then I woke up. Sweat clung to my skin. My chest heaved. My body felt like it had been gripped by an unseen force. I was sick for 3 days after that. I had a fever, body aches, and an exhaustion I couldn't explain. My parents thought I had just caught a cold, but I knew better. Something wasn't right. After recovering, I hoped that was the end of it. But then, it happened again. One afternoon, while taking a nap in my room, I felt something hovering over me. A strange sensation of someone watching me, their presence heavy in the air. And then, something touched me. I felt hair, long strands of hair brushing against my face. My eyes flew open. My heart pounded. But there was nothing. No one. The room was empty. That was the last time I ever experienced anything. Shortly after, we moved out of that house since it was a rented place. I never felt anything like that again. But even now, when I think about that house, I can't help but wonder, who was she? What did she want? And why did she call my name? The house on King Street, Brighton, was supposed to be a temporary stop, a small basement bedsit my parents found when we first arrived in town. They paid the rent in cash, eager to have a place until they found something better. It wasn't much, but at 4 years old I didn't care. That first morning, when the heavy curtain was drawn back, I climbed onto the window seat and pressed my hands against the glass, looking out at the busy street below. A group of workmen was resurfacing the road. The air smelled of hot tarmac, and right in front of me was a steamroller. I waved frantically at the driver, and to my delight, he waved back. It was the best start to a day I could imagine. I hadn't even eaten breakfast yet, and already, I'd had a steamroller driver acknowledge me. This was going to be a great place. That night, the dreams began. The room had an old gas cooker against the wall, directly across from the foot of my bed. It was a heavy, old-fashioned model with 2 smaller burners at the back, a larger one at the front, a grill beneath, and a pull-down oven door at the bottom. Something about that cooker made it feel like it dominated the whole room. I woke up suddenly, my body rigid with fear. The air was freezing, colder than it should have been, and the musty dampness in the room felt heavier, like it was pressing down on me. I peered into the darkness. The cooker stood in its place, but something about it was different. It wasn't glowing, but it was oddly visible, as if it was standing out more than anything else in the room. Then I saw it. The sides of the cooker seemed to expand and contract, like something inside was breathing. Or pushing. Trying to break free. My small hands clutched the blankets tightly. I wanted to wake up, but I couldn't. Wisps of mist or smoke curled up from the burner rings, moving like ghostly tendrils reaching into the air. Slowly, they began to take shape. 3 figures emerged. 2 smaller ones from the back burners and a larger one from the front. The smaller ones hovered uncertainly. Their faces were vague, like the shapes you sometimes see in wooden furniture when your mind tries to make sense of patterns. They weren't threatening, just watching. But the large figure. I didn't want to see more. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulled the blankets over my head, and willed myself to sleep. By morning, the sunlight poured into the room. The cooker was just a cooker again. The workmen were still outside, and when I climbed up to the window, they waved at me again. Everything was normal. Until that night. The dream returned. This time, the smaller figures were clearer. Their faces were thin and ghostly white, their eyes and mouths black voids. They didn't feel dangerous, just trapped. I got the sense that they, like me, were not allowed to leave. But the larger one, she was different. She was stronger this time. More defined. More aware of me. She could leave the cooker. She rose slowly, a dark looming shape, her presence filling the room. The moment she touched the ceiling, she rolled forward toward me, a thick black fog of malice. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could only watch as she came closer. Some nights she would appear from the corner of the room, as if trying to surprise me. Other times she would stand silently by my bed, just watching. Always on the left side. Always close enough that I could feel the chill of her presence. She never spoke. But sometimes she opened her mouth, and it was like a void of nothingness. A silent moan, as if she was trying to say something but couldn't. Her dress was long, black, and tattered, pleated in a way that reminded me of Victorian crinoline. The edges were frayed, revealing dull gray fabric beneath. Up close, the dress smelled damp and rotten, like an old graveyard in the rain. But when she stood further away, it had a strange luminescence, like a crow's feathers glinting under moonlight. I never dared look directly at her face, but I knew what she looked like. Thin, pale, with sunken black holes where her eyes should be. She wasn't just watching me. She was testing me. Checking me. She terrified me. I don't remember telling my parents, but my mother later told me that I would wake up at exactly 3 a.m., crying and whispering, "Make the lady go away! She's standing by my bed." Then, one day, she spoke to me. Not in the dreams, but in the waking world. It was mid-morning, and my mother had stepped out for a few minutes, leaving me alone in the room. I was used to it. She always told me to stay put, and I did. Until she appeared. She wasn't drifting toward me this time. She wasn't watching me from the corner. She was just there. I couldn't look directly at her, but I heard her voice. It was soft, patient, almost kind. She wanted to play a game. I was a lonely child, eager for attention, so I agreed. She told me to fetch a towel and a cushion. Then, she instructed me. "Open the oven door." I did. "Place the cushion on it." I did. "Now drape the towel over the handle, so it falls behind you." I followed every step, not understanding what the game was. Then came the last instruction. "Turn the gas on." I hesitated. I knew I wasn't supposed to touch the gas knobs. But she reassured me. "It's only for a little while," she murmured. "Then everything will be better." So I turned the gas on. "Now kneel down, rest your head on the cushion, and close your eyes." I obeyed. The gas smell filled my nose, but she told me not to worry. She told me to think of nice things, candy sticks, lollipops, toffee apples. I let out my breath, then took a deep inhale. The gas was suffocating, but it wasn't so bad after a while. A calm, drowsy acceptance washed over me. I started to drift. Then, suddenly, the key turned in the door. My mother was back. The moment I heard the door open, I jumped up and turned the gas off. She smelled it immediately. She opened the window, letting fresh air in. She never asked what happened. I never told her. A week later we moved out. The nightmares stopped instantly. Looking back, I realized something chilling. That game, the one she convinced me to play, was practiced before. I don't know who else played it. I don't know if they ever woke up. But I do know this. She had 2 children with her. And I think they stayed. It happened in 2017. I was attending a week-and-a-half training course, and for the first week, everything was fine. I stayed in the same room with no issues, no strange feelings, nothing that made me uncomfortable. I went home for the weekend and returned for the last part of the course, where I was assigned a different room, either 152 or 158, I can't quite remember. As soon as I stepped inside, I noticed a strange, damp smell. It wasn't overpowering, just something subtle that gave the room an odd, musty atmosphere. At the time, I thought nothing of it. I unpacked my things, sat on the bed, and immediately felt a sense of unease. It wasn't fear, just an odd anxiety creeping in. I dismissed it, assuming it was just nerves from being away from home again. After training that day, I returned to my room to shower and change clothes. That discomfort was still there, lingering in the air like something unseen. I couldn't shake the feeling that something just wasn't right. I went down to the bar, met up with a friend, had a few drinks. Literally just a few, nothing enough to make me feel off. After the evening ended, I returned to my room, turned on the TV, and lay on the bed, trying to relax. But I couldn't. No matter how hard I tried to focus on the movie, my attention kept drifting to the corner of the room. It was just an empty space, nothing out of the ordinary, yet I couldn't stop looking at it. After struggling to concentrate, I eventually gave up, turned off the TV, and went to bed. It was a hot summer night, and at some point, I woke up suddenly. I was lying on my side, my back facing the window, away from that same corner of the room that had been drawing my attention earlier. I was drenched in sweat, and my heart was pounding. My breathing was shallow and erratic. I was hyperventilating. It felt like a full-blown panic attack, something I had never experienced before. And then, something inside me told me I had to look at that corner again. I turned my head slightly, eyes scanning the darkness. The room was dim, but that corner, that particular spot, seemed even darker, almost like it was absorbing what little light was there. A deep, suffocating dread settled over me, and suddenly, I started talking. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. I kept repeating the words, over and over, as if I was responding to something. But I wasn't awake enough to question it, I just knew I had to say it. My breathing was all over the place, my body tense, my mind screaming that something was wrong. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being irrational, that maybe I was coming down with food poisoning or something, and somehow managed to drift back to sleep. But it wasn't over. Sometime later, I woke up again, still on my side, back to the window. This time, I instinctively rolled onto my stomach and turned my head toward the left. And that's when I saw it. The light seeping through the gap in the window frame was broken by a shadow. A figure, jet black, formless, yet with defined arms, was moving erratically, its limbs flailing toward me in chaotic, unnatural motions. Then I heard a woman scream. It was loud, piercing, terrifying. And then I realized, it was me screaming. I have always considered myself a fearless person, but in that moment, I was absolutely wrecked with terror. My body locked up, my breath caught in my throat. And like a child, I did the only thing I could think of. I yanked the covers over my head and curled up, shutting my eyes as tight as possible. I lay there, paralyzed with fear, for what felt like hours. Eventually, the morning light started creeping into the room. Slowly, cautiously, I peeked out from under the sheets. Everything looked normal. But I knew it wasn't. I bolted out of bed, flung the door open, and ran straight to the reception area, still in my boxer shorts. I sat there, waiting, my body buzzing with adrenaline and fear. When the reception staff arrived, I told them I needed a new room. They looked at me strangely at first, obviously confused by the half-dressed, panicked man sitting in their lobby. They asked what was wrong with the room. I hesitated, unsure how to explain. Finally I said, "The room itself is fine. It's what's in it that I need to get away from." To my absolute shock, they nodded and simply said, "Okay, we know what you're talking about." That was it. No questions, no disbelief, just understanding. I was given a different room, but I still had to go back into the old one to gather my belongings. The moment I stepped inside, the air changed. A heavy, overwhelming presence settled around me, almost as if something was waiting for me to return. The feeling was suffocating. A deep, Consuming wave of desperation and depression clung to me, thick like a fog. My body tensed up, my mind screamed at me to get out. I rushed to change my clothes, barely breathing, and ran out as fast as I could. After breakfast, I told a few colleagues about what had happened. One of my mates, skeptical but intrigued, agreed to come back with me to grab the rest of my things. The moment we opened the door, he froze. He refused to step inside. I could see it in his eyes, he felt it too. Summoning every bit of willpower I had, I went in alone. The atmosphere pressed down on me, thick and heavy, like an unseen force was pushing against my body. I grabbed my toiletries, stuffed my clothes into my bag, and turned toward the bathroom. That's when I felt it. It was there. Clothes. Hovering around me, suffocating me. It wanted me to speak to it. I don't know how I knew, but I knew. It was waiting, urging me to acknowledge it. I didn't. I grabbed my last few things and got the hell out of there. When my husband and I got married during the COVID-19 lockdown, we didn't have the luxury of house hunting the way we wanted to. We needed a place close to both our offices, and when we found a well-lit, spacious 2-bedroom apartment with a big living room and a balcony, it felt perfect. The building wasn't surrounded by too many others, which gave it a sense of openness. Everything about it seemed ideal. The first day after moving in was exhausting. Between shifting, unpacking, and arranging furniture, we were completely drained. We both fell asleep early, around 9 p.m. At around 2 a.m., my husband woke up to use the restroom. Afterward, he went to the kitchen to get some water. Since our kitchen was an open one, it had a clear view of the living room. That's when he noticed something that sent a chill down his spine. Both the main door and the balcony door were wide open. His first thought was that someone had broken into the house. His instincts kicked in, and he immediately checked our bedroom. Seeing that I was still asleep, he quietly locked the bedroom door from the outside to keep me safe. Then, he grabbed a wooden leg from our unassembled bed and carefully searched every corner of the house. But he found no one. The doors were open, but there were no signs of forced entry, no missing belongings, nothing to indicate a break-in. Confused and on high alert, he locked the doors securely and returned to our room. He stayed awake for the rest of the night, sitting beside me, waiting for morning. When I woke up at around 6:30 a.m., I found him sitting upright, his face tired and tense. At first, I thought he had just woken up early, which was odd because he usually slept in. When I asked if everything was okay, he finally told me what had happened. I was shocked. More than that, I was angry. Why hadn't he woken me up when he found the doors open? And why had he locked me inside the bedroom? What if there had been someone in the house? But most of all, I was scared. I couldn't bring myself to step outside the bedroom. Without wasting time, I called my dad and explained the whole situation. He told us to stay put, and that he would come over immediately. Since my dad's house was only about 20 minutes away, he reached quickly. The moment he arrived, we slowly opened our bedroom door and stepped out together, still on a video call with him. As soon as my husband entered the living room, he noticed that the ceiling fan was on. He turned to me and asked if I had left it on. I had no memory of it. I had been so exhausted the night before that I barely remembered locking the doors, let alone turning the fan off. But my husband was certain that when he checked the house after the incident, the fan wasn't on. That was enough to send us into a panic. We rushed to the main door, unlocked it, and practically ran outside. When my dad arrived, he searched the entire apartment thoroughly. He checked every nook and cranny but found nothing out of place. His immediate reaction was to blame it on carelessness. Maybe we had forgotten to lock the doors properly. Maybe we hadn't checked everything before going to bed. Logically, it was possible that the balcony door hadn't been shut properly. But the main door? It had a double lock that required 2 full turns of the key. I clearly remembered locking it and checking it twice. It wasn't something that could just swing open on its own. After confirming that no one was inside, my dad helped us unpack and organize the place. By the time we were done, my mom called. asking us to stay at their house for the night. Since we were still busy setting up the apartment, she said she would cook dinner for us, and honestly, the idea of leaving the house for a while felt like a relief. Just to be extra cautious, we double-locked both doors before leaving. The next evening, we returned. The moment we unlocked the door and stepped inside, we noticed something that made our blood run cold. The ceiling fans were on. Not just in the living room, in every single room. We froze. This time, there was no way we could rationalize it. I called my dad again. He suggested it might be a wiring issue and told us to get an electrician to check it out. It made sense, so we scheduled an inspection. But when the electrician arrived and thoroughly checked all the connections, he found nothing wrong. There were no loose connections, no power fluctuations, everything was perfectly fine. That night, we knew we weren't going to get any sleep. The uneasiness had settled into something much heavier, like a dark cloud hanging over us. We even started looking for other apartments, keeping this one as a backup until we found a safer place. To distract ourselves, we decided to watch a romantic comedy and order takeout. At least, that was the plan. When the food delivery guy arrived, I went to the door to collect it. As soon as I locked the door and turned back, I saw something. A shadowy figure standing in the doorway of the second bedroom. My heart nearly stopped. I stood there frozen, unable to move. My husband noticed my reaction and followed my gaze. He saw it too. We didn't wait. We ran out of the house, unlocking the door in a frenzy and rushing outside without looking back. We stayed at my parents' house after that. We didn't go back, not until my dad and a few others came with us to help pack up our belongings. My dad, now convinced something was truly wrong with the apartment, asked the building's watchman if he knew anything about its history. At first, the man hesitated, as if he didn't want to talk about it. But when my dad slipped him some money, his lips finally loosened. A single mother had lived there before us. She had been in a bitter custody battle with her ex-husband. When he won full custody of their child, she couldn't take it. She committed suicide in that apartment. The landlord had never told us. When we confronted him about hiding the apartment's history, he initially refused to return our deposit. Our rental agreement was for 2 years, and we had barely stayed a few days. But once we threatened legal action for withholding such crucial information, he gave in and refunded every penny. We never looked back at that place. Even now, thinking about it gives me chills. Whatever had been in that apartment, whether it was the lingering sorrow of a grieving mother or something far worse, it wanted us gone. And we were more than happy to leave. This happened when I was home alone. My parents and siblings had gone out of town for the day to visit family and check on our second property, about 2 hours away. They wouldn't be back until around 11 o'clock that night. I was 16, spending a Friday night alone, and honestly, I was thrilled. My mom had left me snacks, soda, money for pizza, and I had a brand new video game to play. Plus, Monday was a holiday. Life was good. At around 7 p.m., I had just ordered my pizza and was in the kitchen pouring a glass of MTN Dew Code Red. As I closed the fridge and turned to head back to the living room, I heard the sound of running water. I froze. The bathroom, which was right next to the kitchen, had its sink running. When I turned to look, I saw the bathroom light was on too. Against my better judgment, I went to check. Both faucets, hot and cold, were turned on full blast, water gushing into the sink. I stood there, confused rather than scared. Shaking it off, I turned off the water, flipped off the light, and went back to the living room to wait for my pizza. By 8:30, I was sitting in front of the TV, regretting my life choices because I had devoured my entire large pizza in about 11 minutes. That's when I heard a loud crash from the computer room. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. I ran to check and found that a stack of boxes in the corner had toppled over, their contents scattered across the floor. It startled me, but I figured they just weren't stacked properly. So, I piled them back up and returned to watching TV. Not even 3 minutes later, another crash. This time, I was annoyed more than anything. I assumed it was the boxes again. But when I went back into the room, I saw something else entirely. A stack of CDs that had been sitting at the back of a shelf was now thrown across the room. I stood there, frozen. The CDs weren't stacked poorly, they weren't close to the edge, they had been pushed. At that moment, I got seriously creeped out. I decided I was done with the night. I locked myself in my bedroom, turned all the lights on, and sat in bed playing my PSP, waiting for my family to come home. But whatever was in the house wasn't done with me yet. For some context, my older sister's room was next to mine, and we shared a wall. We were close, so she had this habit of knocking 3 times on the wall when she wanted me to come over. I was lying in bed, trying to focus on my game when suddenly, I heard 3 sharp knocks on my wall. Without thinking, I got up, assuming my sister wanted something. I walked to my door, hand on the knob. When it hit me, she wasn't home. I froze. For a second, I convinced myself that maybe she had stayed behind and was just messing with me. Her door was shut, so I flung it open, expecting to catch her in the act. But she wasn't there. That's when real fear set in. Even if she had been in her room, I would have heard her open and close the door. It always made a loud creaking sound, no matter how carefully you tried to shut it. But the house had been silent. At that point, I grabbed a flashlight and checked the entire house, every room, every closet. I even looked inside the cabinets and the washing machine out of pure paranoia. Nothing. I locked myself back in my room, counting down the minutes until my family came home. When they finally arrived, the first thing my mom asked was, "So, how was it being home alone all day?" I just said, "Creepy." She assumed I meant it was just too quiet. But I told her, "No, I mean weird stuff happened." She looked at me, concerned. "What kind of stuff?" I told her about the bathroom light and sink turning on by themselves. The reaction I got was not what I expected. Instead of brushing it off or making a joke, my mom's face changed. She got angry. Her exact words? Don't even say that! That stuff happened years ago, and I sure as hell don't need it starting again." I had no idea what she meant. But at that moment I knew for sure, something had always been in that house. I live in a small town with a river running through it. There's a trail along the river that connects my district to the more central parts of town, but it's not used very often. The path is overgrown, frequently floods, and is almost always muddy. It's also littered with empty bottles, leftovers from people who party there. Despite that, I used to walk along the trail sometimes. The river itself is beautiful, and I've always preferred more isolated places. This happened about 2 years ago when I first discovered the path. Before that, I hadn't even known it existed. Not far from a spot where people collect water from an underground spring, I got the unmistakable feeling that I was being followed. It wasn't just paranoia. It was a specific sensation of someone walking right behind me, too close for comfort. You know that feeling when a stranger stands too near in a grocery line? That's exactly what it felt like, an unseen presence invading my personal space. I couldn't hear breathing, and I wasn't being touched, yet I knew something was there, pressing into my back. It followed me for about 10 meters, and then, it was gone. The place itself is unsettling. The vegetation is dense, making it impossible to see far ahead. The river is wide, and since the path runs level with the shoreline, it creates this strange sensation, almost as if the current is pulling at you, shaking the ground beneath your feet. Maybe that was part of why I felt so uneasy. But something about this felt different. As I kept walking, a strange realization hit me, something that had never crossed my mind before. I had the distinct feeling that whoever was following me had wasted away, drinking themselves into a slow, lonely death. I don't think they had died there. It didn't feel like a place where life ended. It felt like a place where someone had simply faded from existence. And no one had noticed. I couldn't shake the thought. Some people become ghosts before they die. The ones society ignores, the ones lost to addiction or poverty. This presence felt like one of them. I felt sad. I wanted to help. But at the same time, I felt intruded upon, as if this presence didn't understand boundaries. It was pushing itself into my space, making itself known in a way that unsettled me. I walked that trail many more times after that, and almost every time, I felt the same thing, the same presence appearing at the same spot, following for a short distance, then disappearing. I was never afraid. I never felt in danger. Oddly, it felt more like we were just incompatible. I've always had heightened senses, especially smell. Things that others barely notice can feel overwhelming to me, even unbearable. Maybe that's why this felt so strong. Maybe the stench of misery had imprinted itself onto that place, onto whoever lingered there, and I could sense it too clearly. But no matter how many times I walked there, the pattern remained the same. The presence appeared at a fixed point and disappeared at another. It might still be there. I haven't checked in a while. I sometimes wonder if someone did die there. Exposure wouldn't be surprising. Autumns and winters here are brutally cold. But for some reason, I find that hard to believe. There is a grave-like structure near that area, a large one. I've always assumed someone buried a pet there, maybe a big dog. The houses on the hill overlooking the river belonged to families who used to bury their cats and dogs nearby. But I don't think it was an animal following me. I felt it around my shoulders and neck, like the weight of something watching me from above. And I was certain, whoever it was, they were taller than me. I was young when I got pleuritis, an inflammation of the lung sac, one Christmas. The pain was unbearable, and I had to be admitted to the hospital. That night, I sat up in my hospital bed because lying down hurt too much. On the TV, hymns were playing, and outside the window, large white snowflakes drifted down into the hospital courtyard. The window had no curtains, so I could see everything clearly. I felt lonely and exhausted, missing my family. The room was small, with 2 beds separated by a screen. Mine was closest to the door, and the other bed, near the window, was empty. After struggling with sleep, I eventually managed to drift off, though the pain kept waking me. At some point in the night, I realized someone had been admitted to the other bed. The room was dimly lit by the soft glow of the control panels and the faint light coming through the snowfall outside. I could hear the rustling of sheets and the uneven breathing of someone struggling to sleep. The screen cast a shadow from the window's light, but I couldn't make out their silhouette. I thought about greeting them in the morning and eventually dozed off again. When I woke up early, I turned to check on my new roommate. But the bed was empty, neatly made as if no one had ever been there. Confused, I asked the nurse if the patient had been discharged already. It seemed strange that they would leave so early. She looked at me, puzzled, and said there had been no other patient in my room that night. I have had other strange experiences in hospitals, not just as a patient but also as a nursing assistant in elderly care homes, mostly in dementia wards. It is difficult but rewarding work. One thing I've noticed is that alarms often go off in empty rooms. It has happened in 3 different places where I've worked, regardless of how old the building was or what kind of alarm system was used. The rooms where it happened were always ones where a patient had recently passed away, and no new resident had moved in yet. During the start of the COVID pandemic, when there were more empty rooms than usual, the alarms were constantly going off in rooms that were completely unoccupied. There was one night shift I will never forget. A man had just passed away. He had been a difficult patient, aggressive, and would scream horrible things at the staff. Some nurses even refused to go into his room alone. After he died, we followed protocol and locked the door to prevent any residents from wandering in. His body was to be picked up in the morning. But then, the alarm in his room suddenly went off. I was on duty and had to go check. Walking down that hallway alone was unsettling, but I had no choice. When I reached the door, I hesitated before unlocking it. Instead of stepping inside, I reached in just far enough to turn off the alarm. But something felt off. The room felt heavy, charged with something I couldn't explain. It was an irrational thought, but I turned on the lights at a low setting just to check. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to see. Was he standing by the door? Had he moved? Of course not. The body was exactly where it had been left. But the room had a presence, like something was still there. Feeling uneasy, I quietly said goodnight. It felt silly, but at that moment, it seemed like the right thing to do. By morning, the funeral service arrived to take the body. I helped the attendant dress him, just as part of the job. But the strange feeling in the room was gone. We had planned a simple getaway, just a break from studies, work, and home chores. There were 7 of us, and we decided to spend the night at Ronnie's farmhouse. It was the perfect idea, a peaceful, fun night away from the city. Ronnie's farmhouse was on the outskirts, near a huge forest where elephants roamed. Because of that, it was dangerous to wander outside after dusk. We were aware of the risks and agreed to follow the rules. Since food delivery wasn't an option, we brought everything we needed to cook dinner. Everything was planned and prepared. By 4 p.m., after a short nap, we stepped out into the garden. The sun was still up, and we had time to take pictures and enjoy ourselves. It was a beautiful evening, and everything seemed perfect. When we returned inside, some of us freshened up while the rest relaxed. That's when Rini screamed. Her voice rang through the house, shaking us all. We rushed to her, asking what was wrong. She held up her phone, her hands trembling. On the screen was a picture of Rini standing in front of a tree, smiling. That was all. Nothing seemed unusual. We assumed she was playing a prank, but she looked genuinely terrified. She insisted that when she first saw the picture, there had been a woman hanging from the tree behind her. But when she looked again, the woman was gone. We reassured her that it was just an illusion, but she refused to believe us. She was certain of what she had seen. Ronnie told her she was just tired and needed rest. She didn't want to, but we convinced her to take a nap. We laughed it off, trying to shake off the tension. But what happened next made us realize this night was anything but normal. As we sat together, talking and joking, Owen suddenly went silent. He stared at his right hand, his face pale. He whispered that it felt like someone had just held his hand, a cold, strong grasp that was now gone. We tried to dismiss it as fatigue, but he was convinced. He looked sick, nauseous, and immediately went to lie down. Ronnie, who had been calm until now, started looking uneasy. He stepped outside to take a call. Meanwhile, things inside the house got worse. Out of nowhere, Manish started cursing and throwing insults at us. His anger made no sense. Before we could react, he grabbed his phone and hurled it at us. Luckily, it didn't hit anyone. Gautam, another friend, had had enough. He got up and slapped Manish hard to snap him out of it. Manish looked around, dazed and confused. He had no memory of what had just happened. At this point, we all knew something was terribly wrong. We felt it deep in our gut. We weren't safe here. We decided to leave immediately. We packed our things, woke up Rini and Owen, and got ready to go. But before we could step out, Ronnie came back inside. His face was tense, his voice low. "We can't leave," he said. We stared at him in disbelief. He explained that his father had just told him it was too dangerous to drive through the forest at night. The house, no matter how terrifying, was the safest place for us until morning. We had no choice but to stay. Seeing our fear, Ronnie finally told us the truth. The events of the night were connected to their maid, or rather, her ghost. In 2015, Ronnie's father had bought the farmhouse from a wealthy couple who moved out of state. The previous owners had left behind a married couple who worked there, Kareem, the gardener, and his wife, Anya, the maid. Ronnie's father kept them on as employees, trusting them to take care of the house. But one night in December 2015, everything changed. That evening, Ronnie's father hosted a company success party at the farmhouse. His guests, mostly drunk, stayed the night instead of driving back. Anya, alone in the kitchen, was attacked by some of the drunk men. They slapped her, hit her, and tortured her when she resisted. When Ronnie's father heard the commotion, he rushed in and stopped them. but instead of getting justice, Anya was offered money and education for her child in exchange for her silence. Her husband, Kareem, was also there. He refused to accept her anymore. He said she was tainted. Anya was devastated. Trapped between the shame, betrayal, and hopelessness, she hung herself from the very tree that appeared in Rini's picture. Since then, the farmhouse had never been the same. Anyone who spent the night there fell sick, acted strangely, or sensed an eerie presence. Some even heard agonized screams in the house. Ronnie's father had tried everything to get rid of it. He even hired a tantric to seal off the negative energy, but he could only contain it within the farmhouse perimeter. The house itself remained haunted. Hearing this, we felt sick. We had no option but to spend the night with whatever presence was there. Manish kept having strange outbursts, cursing at us at random moments. Rini swore she could see Anya standing outside the window, watching us. The way she described her sent a chill down Ronnie's spine. It was exactly how Anya had looked before her death. The air in the house was freezing, and an overwhelming sense of dread hung over us. Even those who couldn't see or feel anything heard loud bangs and noises from outside, right where the tree stood. We barely made it through the night. By morning, we left the house the moment it was safe. 4 days, Awan remained sick, drained, and exhausted. We all felt uneasy for weeks, but we never spoke about it again. Ronnie, however, never invited anyone to his farmhouse again. Back when I was younger, after the shadow incident at home, I never experienced anything strange inside the house again. But outside, on our street, was a different story. This time, I wasn't alone. I had my friends with me when it happened. My friends and I usually met in the afternoons to play, usually around 3 or 4 p.m., and we would stay out until 6 or 7 p.m., sometimes even later if there was a party at someone's house. We were all between 6 to 9 years old, and I was the oldest among them. We never rang doorbells or called out each other's names when we wanted to play. Instead, we would just stand outside one another's houses, waiting for someone to peek out and notice us. One afternoon, around 3 or 4 p.m., 4 of us, Kinito, 6 years old, Rajay, 7 years old, Sian, 8 years old, and me, 9 years old, met up in front of my house. We were discussing what to do that day when we decided to check out a new house being built just a few lots away. We had done it before. The construction workers usually didn't mind us playing around during their break. They were always friendly and let us run around as long as we didn't get in their way. When we reached the construction site, we noticed that it was eerily quiet. The straw door that the workers used as an entrance was shut, which was unusual. Still, being the mischievous kids we were, we pushed the door open and went inside. The site was completely empty. There were no workers, no sounds of tools clanking, just silence. We assumed they were hiding from us as a joke, so we started looking around. We decided to check behind the concrete walls at the back of the site, near the boundary that separated our street from the next. It was a big lot, around 400 square meters, so it would take about half a minute to walk from one end to the other. As we were halfway across the site, passing by a makeshift hut made of plywood, something strange happened. The battery-powered radio hanging from the hut's roof suddenly turned on by itself. Just moments before that, I had heard the distinct sound of a nail dropping from somewhere inside the unfinished house. The house itself wasn't much at that time, just columns, floors, and a staircase. There were no walls yet, meaning we could easily see inside. But when I turned my head to where the nail had fallen, there was no one there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, but there was barely a breeze that day. Maybe a bird knocked it down, but I hadn't seen any birds fly away. Then came the radio. It was positioned about 6 feet high, hung on a post just outside the hut. Below it was a wooden bench. Being the oldest and tallest, I was the only one who could have reached it if I stood on the bench. But I hadn't touched it. And neither had my friends. We were all standing together when it suddenly switched on. For a moment, we thought maybe it was remote controlled, that one of the workers inside the hut had turned it on. But when Kinito went inside to check, he found no one. The moment he stepped back outside, the radio turned off on its own. That was it. We ran. We didn't stop until we reached Sion and Raj's house, which was just beside mine. Our hearts were pounding, and none of us spoke for a while. About an hour later, we saw the construction workers returning from the Sari store. They all passed by our houses, riding their bikes. That meant they hadn't been anywhere near the construction site when the radio turned on. Months later, after the house was completed, my friends and I befriended the caretakers, a kind couple who stayed there since the owner only visited occasionally. The caretakers let us play in the house's large garden, which had a small pond in the middle and even a pet tortoise roaming around. One day, as we were playing, the couple casually mentioned something that caught my attention. They told us that strange things had been happening inside the house whenever they were alone. It was eerie and unsettling, they said, which was why they didn't mind us playing there. They believed that our presence helped make the place feel less empty. That was when we shared our experience about the construction site. The couple exchanged glances, nodding as if it confirmed something they already suspected. A few weeks later, while taking an afternoon walk with my aunt, we happened to pass by the house. My aunt stopped to chat with the caretakers, and they started talking about how they were considering having the house blessed. The disturbances had gotten worse, objects were being thrown out of nowhere, and noises were becoming more frequent. As they were speaking, I heard something loud from the second floor of the house. It sounded like a book suddenly falling flat onto the floor. I wasn't the only one who heard it. My aunt and the caretaker both turned their heads towards the house. My first thought was that maybe it was Sniffles, the owner's pet pug, but when I asked if he was inside, the caretaker shook her head. "See what I mean?" she said. Not long after that, they had the house blessed by a pastor from our church. I never experienced anything strange there again. But I still wonder, what had been in that house before it was even built? And had it ever really left? This happened over 30 years ago, but even now, I think about it from time to time. I was in college, renting a small, rundown bungalow with a roommate. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was cheap, and that was all that mattered. From the very beginning, something about the place felt off. At night, I often had the unsettling feeling of being watched, especially when I was in the kitchen. The small kitchen window always made me uneasy, like something outside was looking in. It wasn't just paranoia. It felt malevolent, like something lurking just out of sight. I never told my roommate about it, figuring it was just my imagination. I even found myself almost running from the bathroom to my bedroom some nights, my skin crawling as if unseen eyes followed me. Then, one Friday night, a friend was over, and the three of us were hanging out, drinking a little, playing cards, just having a normal night. Out of nowhere, my roommate looked at me and blurted, "Do you ever feel like you're being watched? Like this place might be haunted?" I froze. It wasn't just me. I had never mentioned my feelings to anyone, but hearing her say it confirmed everything. I told her I felt the exact same way, especially at night, when I'd practically run to my room. We laughed it off, trying to shake off the eerie realization, but deep down, we both knew something was wrong with that house. A few weeks later, I was in my bedroom, lying in bed with only a candle for light. It was winter, so my bedroom window was shut, and so was my door. There were no drafts, no wind, nothing that could disturb the flame. I was just staring at the ceiling, lost in thought, when suddenly the candle went out. No flickering, no sputtering, just out, as if someone had snuffed it with their fingers. I sat up, my heart pounding. Trying to calm myself, I reached over and turned on my bedside lamp. The bulb flashed on for a second, then let out a small popping sound and went out. Now I was really scared. I jumped out of bed, my breath shallow, and ran to my door. I grabbed the knob and twisted it, only to have it come off in my hand. Pure terror shot through me. The door wouldn't budge. I yanked at it, but without the knob I was trapped. My bedroom door was old, with a single pane of glass in it, covered by a small curtain for privacy. Panic took over, and without thinking, I punched my fist straight through the glass. My arm shot through the jagged opening, blindly reaching for the outside knob. My fingers found it, twisted it, and finally, the door swung open. I stumbled into the hallway, my body trembling. Logically, I tried to make sense of what had happened. My lamp was secondhand. Maybe the wiring was faulty. Light bulbs burn out all the time. The doorknob had been loose before. Maybe my adrenaline made me pull it too hard. But the candle? The sequence of events, one after the other, in the span of mere seconds, was too much to dismiss. I felt something in that moment, something beyond logic. The house had done everything it could to keep me in that room. I moved out shortly after that night. Months later, I ran into my old roommate. We got to talking about the bungalow, reminiscing about how creepy it was. That's when she dropped a bombshell. "Did you ever find out about that graveyard?" I stared at her, confused. Apparently, just behind the overgrown shrubs and weeds, kitty corner to the bungalow, was a small, old cemetery. Hidden away, nearly forgotten. Maybe I was just a scared college kid in a drafty old house. Maybe it was all just coincidences and faulty wiring. But deep down, I know that house held something dark, something that watched, that waited. And that night, it tried to trap me. In the summer of 1979, my mother was asked to babysit for one of my grandmother's co-workers. The woman and her husband had planned a night out and needed someone to look after their newborn baby girl. Since it was a Friday night and my mother already had plans, my grandmother volunteered to take her place. The farmhouse, set in a quiet rural community outside Brockville, Ontario, was undergoing renovations at the time. When my grandmother arrived, she expected nothing more than a peaceful evening alone with the baby. The house was quiet, and as the baby slept soundly in her crib, my grandmother settled in the upstairs master bedroom to watch television. Time passed uneventfully until she heard movement downstairs in the kitchen. The sound was unmistakable. Footsteps, as though someone had entered the house and was moving around. Assuming the baby's parents had returned home early, she got up to greet them. But when she descended the stairs, she found the kitchen empty. The house was completely still. Puzzled but trying to remain rational, she convinced herself that she must have imagined the sound. She checked on the baby and returned to the bedroom, trying to shake off her unease. Moments later, she heard something else. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, climbing the staircase. She froze. The noise was deafening, loud enough to drown out the television. The distinct creak of each wooden step groaning under an unseen weight sent a chill through her. It wasn't just an ambiguous noise. She could pinpoint exactly which step the presence was standing on as it ascended toward her. Heart pounding, she moved to the staircase landing, ready to confront whoever, or whatever, was coming. But when she looked down, there was no one there. Yet the sound of footsteps persisted. She stood there, rooted in place, her arms instinctively outstretched as if to block the unseen presence from reaching the baby's room. The air around her grew damp, the temperature plummeting to an unnatural chill. It was unlike anything she had ever felt before. The unseen intruder seemed to hesitate, then began retreating. Step by step, the heavy footfalls descended back into silence. Just as she let out a shaky breath, another noise erupted from downstairs. It was a scraping, clawing sound. A deep, persistent scratching. Not at a door, but at the walls. The unsettling noise seemed to come from the living room, a section of the house still undergoing renovations. Terrified but unable to ignore it, my grandmother gathered her courage and descended the stairs once more. In the dim light, her eyes scanned the unfinished space. Then she saw it. Leaning against the far wall was a single pinewood door. It wasn't attached to anything, just resting there, as if waiting to be installed. But something about it felt wrong. The moment she laid eyes on it, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. The deep scratching had stopped the moment she stepped into the room, leaving only a heavy, suffocating silence in its place. She didn't need another sign. She had seen enough. At exactly 11 o'clock, the homeowners returned. They hadn't even reached the front door before my grandmother flung it open and bolted past them, hastily grabbing her payment without a word of explanation. She never set foot in that house again. Even decades later, the memory remains fresh in her mind. Though she never learned the history of the house or the origins of that pinewood door, she has never forgotten the unseen force that walked those stairs, or the cold, heavy presence that tried to push past her that night. That evening in June 2020 still lingers in my mind, not just because of the intense workout, but because of the unexplained event that left both the instructor and the students, both in the studio and those of us watching online, completely bewildered. The year had already been surreal, with the world turned upside down by the COVID-19 pandemic. My martial arts training, which had been an integral part of my life for years, had been forced to transition online due to lockdowns in my hometown of Kingston, Ontario. While nothing could quite replace the energy of in-person training, I made the best of the situation, participating in virtual classes through Zoom and Facebook Live. By June, eager for a challenge and additional training for my upcoming Taekwondo grading in 2021, I decided to sign up for a virtual martial arts seminar hosted by a prestigious studio in the Greater Toronto area. This wasn't just any martial arts school, it was one of the most well-regarded institutions in Canada, boasting nearly 2 decades of success, multiple awards, and a reputation that extended far beyond North America. The studio prided itself on offering training in various disciplines, including kickboxing, Muay Thai, and traditional karate. That evening, the seminar began at around 6:30. The instructor, a seasoned martial artist known for his precision and discipline, led us through an intense kickboxing session. We drilled punches, knees, and footwork, pushing ourselves through nearly 45 minutes of rigorous exercise. Then, as the instructor called for a short break, the first strange thing happened. He casually set his leather kicking paddle on top of a CD player in the far right corner of the studio. It was a routine movement, something he had likely done hundreds of times before. As he momentarily glanced at his phone, the paddle suddenly and inexplicably flew off the CD player. Not slid. Not tipped over. It was as if someone had struck it with force, sending it flying at least 6 feet across the red foam mat. For a moment, silence filled the studio. The instructor and his assistant stood frozen, their gazes locked onto the paddle lying on the mat. The camera captured their confusion in real time. Comments flooded the live chat, some asking if anyone had touched it, others half-jokingly wondering if the studio was haunted. But the instructor, though visibly intrigued, didn't seem as surprised as one might expect. He turned to the camera and, with an odd mix of amusement and resignation, admitted that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Objects in the studio had a tendency to move on their own. He shared that, on multiple occasions, training gear had been mysteriously flung from shelves, tables, and hooks, seemingly with no cause. One of the most unnerving incidents involved the padded vests used for sparring. These vests, which were carefully hung on sturdy wooden pegs along the wall, would sometimes be thrown across the room without warning, as if an unseen force had yanked them down with deliberate intent. His assistant nodded in agreement, confirming that both staff and students had witnessed similar incidents over the years. The revelation sent a chill down my spine. I had tuned in that evening expecting to sharpen my techniques and learn from some of the best. Instead, I had unknowingly stepped into what seemed to be a haunted dojo. As the seminar resumed, I found myself distracted, replaying the event in my mind. The paddle hadn't simply fallen, it had been launched. Could there be a rational explanation? Perhaps vibrations from the training caused the equipment to shift? But if that were the case, why hadn't it happened more consistently? And how did it explain the vests, which required significant force to be removed from their hooks? The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. It wasn't hard to imagine a presence lingering in that space, a spirit who had, in life, been just as passionate about martial arts as we were. Maybe it was a former student, an instructor, or even someone from the distant past. The studio was relatively new, but who was to say what stood on that land before its construction? There was an undeniable energy in martial arts studios. The sweat, discipline, and dedication poured into the mats over the years could imprint something unseen. And if spirits could remain tethered to places of strong emotion and significance, then perhaps this particular entity had chosen the studio as its permanent training ground. That night, after the seminar ended, I found myself researching hauntings in gyms and dojos. I was surprised to find that paranormal activity in training spaces wasn't entirely uncommon. Many fighters and martial artists reported strange occurrences in old dojos, ranging from disembodied voices to objects moving inexplicably. Some even believed that the intense physical energy exerted in these spaces made them more susceptible to spiritual activity. The thought stayed with me long after that summer evening. Even now, years later, I still wonder about that moment. Was it simply a coincidence? A trick of physics? Or was it something more, a fleeting glimpse into a world beyond our own? One thing is for certain. If there was a ghost in that martial arts studio, it wasn't just a passive observer. It was active, engaged, and seemingly just as passionate about the art of combat as those who trained there. Perhaps, in some way, it was still practicing. The entire trip to Los Angeles was supposed to be a dream come true. Winning the Ghostbusters Afterlife competition felt like an unbelievable stroke of luck, and the idea of experiencing a paranormal investigation on the Queen Mary had made it all the more exciting. Even though that part of the trip didn't pan out, I was still eager for the adventure ahead, never expecting that the real paranormal experience would come to me instead. When my girlfriend and I landed in LA, our excitement was quickly dampened by the dreaded realization that our luggage hadn't made it with us. After spending hours trying to track it down, making calls, and filling out paperwork, we decided to just accept it and move on. At least our hotel, the Hollywood Roosevelt, was a stunning place to stay. We didn't think much about it at first, just another beautiful landmark in a city filled with history. It wasn't until we took the famed Kills tour on our second night that we realized exactly what kind of place we were staying in. The tour itself was a fascinating deep dive into the dark side of Hollywood, filled with macabre stories of celebrity misfortunes and unexplained hauntings. As we made our way through the Walk of Fame, stopping at locations infamous for their ghostly reputations, we were intrigued but not exactly spooked. That was, until the final stop, the grand finale of the tour, led us straight back to our hotel. The Roosevelt, as our guide enthusiastically explained, was one of the most haunted locations in LA, if not the entire country. The spirits of old Hollywood were rumored to roam its halls, including legendary figures like Carole Lombard and Marilyn Monroe. Some guests had reported eerie voices, others had witnessed shadowy figures in their rooms, and some had even experienced strange electrical disturbances. While it was an interesting bit of trivia, we brushed it off and continued with our evening, stopping by some of the reported haunted locations inside the hotel just for the fun of it. Of course, nothing happened. That night, after another long day exploring, we returned to our room, hoping to finally be reunited with our luggage. But when we arrived, there was still nothing. At that point, we just wanted to get some rest, so we changed into whatever comfortable clothes we had, crawled into bed, and called it a night. At around 5 a.m., I was jolted awake by my girlfriend's voice. "Did you turn the TV on?" she asked, sitting up in bed, rubbing her eyes. Half asleep, I reached around, trying to find the remote, assuming I must have knocked it over in my sleep. But as I patted around the bed, my fingers eventually found the remote right where I had left it on the bedside table, well out of my reach. Confused, I grabbed it and switched the TV off, figuring maybe there was some kind of power surge or a timer set that I hadn't noticed. Barely a few seconds later, the screen flickered back to life. This time, I sat up fully, looking around. The room was quiet, still, just the dull glow of the television filling the space. I turned the TV off again and set the remote firmly on the table. Maybe the power button was sticky. Maybe there was another remote somewhere in the bedding pressing against something? I checked under the pillows and mattress, making sure nothing was triggering it by accident. Then, for the third time, the TV switched itself back on. I turned to my girlfriend, and she was already staring at me wide-eyed. A nervous laugh escaped me, and I jokingly said, "All right, maybe this is our ghostly visit." She rolled her eyes, still trying to be rational about it. But as soon as I made the joke, the TV did something even stranger. It started changing channels on its own. We both sat there, watching in stunned silence as the screen flipped through channels in a pattern, down a few times, back up once or twice, then down again. It wasn't erratic like a remote malfunction, it felt deliberate. My mind raced for an explanation. Could someone in another room have a remote that was somehow interfering? But the walls were solid. This wasn't like a cheap motel where signals could cross. I switched it off again, but this time, I hesitated before putting the remote down. My girlfriend was completely awake at this point, and I could tell she was starting to feel uneasy too. When it turned on for the fifth time, I gave up. "Fine," I muttered. "You win. We'll just leave it on." I had no idea who I was talking to, but whatever it was, it seemed intent on keeping the TV running. So I let it. We sat there, waiting to see if anything else would happen, but after a while, the TV just continued playing normally. Then, almost on cue, I casually joked, "Maybe our luggage is finally here, and this is our ghostly friend telling us." The moment those words left my mouth, the TV shut off. The timing was too perfect. It wasn't a power issue, no flickering lights, no loss of electricity. Just a perfectly functioning TV that suddenly decided it was done. Morning came, and we brushed it off as an incredibly weird coincidence. Maybe we were just overtired. Maybe the hotel's wiring had some quirks. Regardless, we were up and ready to start the day, deciding to go for an early morning swim before heading out to Universal Studios. On our way down, we stopped by the front desk to check on our luggage. To our surprise, there it was, our bags, neatly stacked behind the counter. Relieved, we were about to head to the pool when my girlfriend stopped and turned back to the receptionist. "Do you know what time they arrived?" she asked casually. The receptionist tapped at the computer for a few seconds before looking up. "Yeah, early this morning, around 5 a.m. I turned to my girlfriend, and she turned to me. The same thought hit us both at the same time. 5 a.m. The exact time the TV had started acting up. We exchanged an uneasy glance, and I explained to the staff member what had happened. She didn't seem the least bit surprised. "Yeah, probably one of our residents," she said with a knowing smile. We chuckled nervously and went about our day, but it lingered in our minds. The timing of everything, the unexplained electrical disturbance, the playful nature of the TV, the precise moment our bags arrived, was all too coincidental to ignore. The rest of our stay at the Roosevelt was uneventful. The TV never acted up again. Nothing else unusual happened. Whatever it was had made its point and moved on. Even months later, I still try to rationalize it. I go through every possible logical explanation. Maybe a rogue signal. Maybe some kind of auto-reset in the TV system. Maybe sheer, bizarre coincidence. But at the same time, there's a small part of me that wonders, was it something else? A playful spirit making its presence known? A former guest who still enjoys a bit of mischief? Or maybe, just maybe, a helpful presence simply letting us know that our long-lost luggage had finally arrived? I'll never know for sure. But one thing is certain, the Hollywood Roosevelt definitely lives up to its haunted reputation. I was 6 years old, and my older sister was 9. It was 1982, and that night, my parents had gone out, leaving us with a babysitter. She was a teenage girl who lived just 2 doors down from us. We lived in a small 2-story apartment, with just 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, which was upstairs. That night, we were sitting at the table, coloring. I remember suddenly needing to go to the bathroom, but I was too scared to go upstairs alone. I had never felt this fear before in the house, but for some reason, that night, something about the thought of being up there alone sent chills down my spine. I turned to my sister and asked her if she would come with me, just to stand outside the door while I used the bathroom. She refused, saying she was busy coloring. I kept asking, almost begging her, but she wouldn't budge. Finally, the babysitter, irritated by my persistence, snapped at me and told me to just go by myself. With no other choice, I reluctantly stood up and made my way to the staircase. My heart was pounding as I slowly climbed each step, my small hands gripping the railing tightly. The higher I went, the heavier my chest felt. The hallway upstairs was dark, and the only source of light came from the flickering fluorescent bulb in the bathroom. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, standing on the landing for a moment before taking the final step into the hallway. The bathroom door was slightly open. I could see the faint glow from the flickering light. My tiny hand reached forward to flip the switch, and as the dim light filled the room, I saw it. Sitting on the rim of the bathtub, motionless and silent, was a figure unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was red, with horns and a tail, just like the devil I had seen in books and cartoons. Its body was rigid, its face expressionless, yet I could feel its eyes locked onto mine. Time seemed to stop. My breath caught in my throat, and my feet felt glued to the floor. The dim flickering of the fluorescent light made the figure appear as if it was shifting, but it remained still. I wanted to scream, but the fear had stolen my voice. For what felt like an eternity, I stared at it, and it stared back. Then, as the light fully stabilized, illuminating the entire room, the figure was gone. The bathtub was empty. There was no trace of anything ever being there. I don't remember running back down the stairs, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, I was in the living room, my heart still racing. My sister told me later that I came running down, screaming, "The devil is in the bathroom!" She said she rushed upstairs, looking around, moving the shower curtain, checking behind the door, but of course, she found nothing. Still terrified, I waited anxiously for my parents to return. The moment they walked through the door, I ran to my mom, trying to explain what had happened, but she didn't take me seriously. Desperate, I turned to my dad, who had just stepped out of the car. I tugged on his sleeve and told him everything, and to my surprise he knelt down, looked me in the eyes, and said, "I believe you." That was the first time I ever experienced anything paranormal, but it wasn't the last. Years passed, and though I eventually moved past that terrifying night, the memory never left me. It remained tucked away in the back of my mind, like a bad dream I couldn't forget. Then, as I grew older, strange things began happening again. One night, when I was about 14, I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling a strange presence in my room. The air was thick, and I could hear a faint humming sound, almost like someone whispering a tune just beneath their breath. My body felt frozen, just like that night years ago. I turned my head slightly, my eyes scanning the darkness of my room, but I couldn't see anything. The feeling didn't leave, though. It stayed, lingering like an invisible weight pressing down on my chest. The next morning, I tried to brush it off, convincing myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. But then it happened again. This time, I was wide awake. I was in the living room, watching TV alone, when I heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Slow, deliberate steps moving from one side of the hall to the other. I turned off the TV and listened, my heart pounding in my ears. I knew I was home alone, my parents were out, and my sister was at a friend's house. The footsteps continued, pausing for a few seconds before starting again. I gathered enough courage to move toward the staircase, but as I reached the bottom step, the sound stopped. Complete silence. I stood there for a moment, my body tense, then slowly backed away, returning to the couch. I tried to tell myself it was the house settling, maybe the wind moving something upstairs, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The footsteps were real. Someone, or something, had been up there. The experiences kept happening. Small things at first. Objects would move from where I had last placed them. The lights would flicker without reason. Shadows seemed to shift in the corners of my vision. Then, one night, I had a dream, except it didn't feel like a dream at all. I was standing in the hallway upstairs, staring at the bathroom door. The same bathroom where I had seen the devil years ago. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see a faint, flickering light inside. My body felt like it was being pulled forward, my feet moving on their own. I stepped inside, and the moment I did, the temperature dropped. My breath came out in white puffs, and the humming sound from before filled the air. Then I saw it again, sitting in the exact same spot on the edge of the bathtub. Its red skin seemed to glow in the dim light, its horns casting long shadows on the tiled walls. But this time, it wasn't motionless. It turned its head toward me, slowly, as if it had been waiting. Its eyes, black, empty voids, locked onto mine, and a sinister smile spread across its face. I woke up gasping, my body drenched in sweat. The air in my room was heavy, and even though I knew I was awake, I could still hear the humming. Faint but unmistakable. That was the last time I saw it, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Even now, as an adult, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing for no reason, the room unnaturally silent. And sometimes, just before I fall back asleep, I swear I can still hear that humming, soft, distant, but always there. That winter night in December 2019 in Gurgaon still lingers in my mind, even years later. It was my first job at an MNC, and due to the market we worked for, my shift hours were from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. IST. I lived in a posh society in Palam Vihar with 3 of my friends, renting an entire builder floor. However, unlike me, my friends worked the graveyard shift from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m., leaving me alone in the flat from midnight until dawn. That particular night was like any other, or so I thought. My office cab dropped me off at the main gate of our block, and I began my usual 500-meter walk toward the house. The winter air was biting, the roads eerily quiet. As I walked past an under-construction house just 2 buildings away from mine, I felt something. A strange, almost suffocating sense of being watched. It wasn't fear exactly, but it made me pick up my pace. I had walked this path countless times before and never felt this way. Dismissing it as exhaustion, I hurried home. Our flat was in an old house, built in the 1990s, with beautiful interiors and large wooden almirahs that gave it an old-world charm. As you entered, a narrow gallery led to the living room on the extreme right, 2 bedrooms straight ahead, and a kitchen on the adjacent side. My room was directly in front of the entrance, and the Naruto poster stuck on my door made it easy to spot. I locked the door behind me and settled in for the night. By 1 a.m., I was in bed, half asleep. The house was dark except for the CFL in the living room, whose faint glow seeped through the slightly ajar door. I kept it open because my roommate, who worked the night shift, would return early in the morning. The dim light was reassuring. It made the vast emptiness of the house feel a little less daunting. And then I heard it. A faint scratching noise coming from outside the front door. At first I ignored it. Probably a stray dog, I thought. But the sound persisted, slow and deliberate, like nails dragging against the wooden surface. I froze. The only dog in the building belonged to our first-floor neighbor, and it was always inside by this hour. The sound continued for a few moments before stopping completely. I told myself it was nothing. My mind was playing tricks. But before I could fully convince myself, something else happened, something that still sends chills down my spine. I saw it. A shadow moved across the narrow gap in my door. The light from the living room flickered for just a second. Something had blocked it. My heart pounded in my chest. It wasn't my imagination. Someone or something had just passed by my room. I held my breath, straining my ears. Then, I heard the faintest sound of footsteps moving toward my friend's room. A few seconds later, the door creaked as it was pushed slightly closed. I sat up in bed, my body rigid with fear. An intruder? But why would they close the door instead of opening it? I reached for my phone with trembling hands and immediately called my friends at work. "Did anyone come home?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "No," came the immediate reply. Why? I didn't know what to say. My mind raced with possibilities. I wanted to believe it was just a figment of my imagination, but I knew what I had seen. And more importantly, I knew what I had heard. Fear rooted me to the bed. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Every creak of the wooden floor, every whisper of the cold wind outside sent shivers down my spine. I grabbed my phone and played pigeons, hoping that the familiar sounds of devotion would bring some peace. I sat there, curled up under my blanket, waiting for morning. Hours passed. Every second stretched endlessly. At around 5:30 a.m., my friends finally returned. The moment I heard them unlocking the door, I rushed out of my room, my face pale and my hands still shaking. They could see I was terrified. "You look like you've seen a ghost," one of them joked. I told them everything. The scratching, the shadow, the footsteps, the door closing on its own. They laughed, calling me paranoid, insisting it must have been my imagination. But I knew what I had experienced. It was real. It wasn't a dream. Just to be sure, they checked every room, every almirah, and even the front door. Everything was locked. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints, nothing that could explain what I had seen. For the next few days, I couldn't shake the unease. Every time I came home alone, I hesitated before unlocking the door. Every night, I kept my room shut tight. But nothing happened again. Not even a single sound. It was as if whatever had been there that night had vanished. I lived in that flat until March 2020, when the lockdown was announced. I never had another experience like that, but the memory of that one night still haunts me. What was outside my door? Who, or what, had walked past my room? I may never know the answer. But one thing is certain. I was not alone in that house that night. Moving to Kentucky was supposed to be a fresh start for my children and me. Life had been rough where we were, and when I found a beautiful apartment surrounded by fields, farms, and wildlife, I felt like we were finally on the right path. My children were thrilled at the idea of seeing deer roaming freely and experiencing snowfall for the first time. Their excitement was contagious, and despite the challenges of moving, I was filled with hope. For the first few weeks, everything was peaceful. We took evening walks along the trails, enjoyed watching deer run past our apartment complex, and even had our first snowfall. It felt like a dream come true, until things started to change. The first odd occurrence happened in the kitchen. One afternoon, after finishing the dishes, I left the room to bring my children their lunch while they worked on their school assignments in the living room. I stepped into the restroom for no more than a minute, and when I returned, I stopped in my tracks. The dishes in the drying rack had been turned in the opposite direction from how I had placed them. I was sure I hadn't done that. Confused, I turned to my children and asked why they had gone into the kitchen. They both looked at me, serious and confused, and swore they hadn't left their seats. I didn't believe them. I reminded them that they needed to focus on their schoolwork, and not play around in the kitchen. They continued to insist they had not touched the dishes. I let it go, though something about it didn't sit right with me. A few days later, I noticed the back window screens had been pushed out. I went outside to put them back in place, frustrated. I called my kids over and demanded to know why they had been opening the windows and pushing out the screens. They both denied it, again, without shifting blame onto each other, which was unusual. Normally, if one of them had done something, they'd immediately try to pin it on the other. But this time, they were both adamant that they had nothing to do with it. I should have realized then that something else was happening. Exactly 35 days after moving in, our peaceful home turned into something I never expected. That night, my children asked to sleep with me. Instead of all squeezing into my bed, I suggested we move to the living room so we could watch TV until we fell asleep. My daughter and I lay together on one couch, and my son lay on another one, facing us. At some point in the night, I turned off the TV and dozed off. I woke up suddenly. Not groggy, not disoriented, but wide awake as if I had just finished a full night's rest. The room was dimly lit from the streetlights filtering in through the blinds. As I sat up, my eyes adjusted, and I looked over at my son on the couch. I could see him moving, but not in the way a sleeping person normally shifts in their sleep. His body was sliding to the left, but his arms and legs weren't moving. I squinted, trying to focus in the low light. That's when I saw it. He wasn't moving on his own. Something invisible was lifting him under his armpits. He was being dragged. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, convinced I was seeing things. But when I opened them again, I saw him drop suddenly, his small body falling 6 inches back onto the couch, as if whatever had been holding him let go. My heart pounded. I leaped up and ran for the lights, turning on every single one in the apartment. My children woke up, groggy and confused, but I didn't tell them what I saw. I couldn't. I just told them we were getting an early start to the day. At 5 a.m., I took them outside for a long walk, pretending everything was normal. Inside, I was terrified. That was the last night we spent in that apartment, though I didn't know it at the time. The day passed without anything unusual happening. I tried to push the memory of the night before out of my mind, convincing myself I must have been half asleep. That evening, we went through our usual routine: dinner, baths, brushing teeth, before settling down in the living room again. This time, I moved my son's couch closer to ours. I wanted to keep him within arm's reach. We left the TV on as my daughter and I watched another episode of a show. My son had already fallen asleep. About half an hour later, my daughter was still awake, so I let her watch one more episode. Looking back, I'm glad she stayed up. Because soon, it happened again. My son started shaking violently, not like he was cold, but as if his entire body was being thrown into a seizure. His arms and legs flailed uncontrollably. My daughter and I both shot up in fear. I wanted to move, to do something, but for a few seconds I was frozen. Then, as I stepped toward him, right before I could touch him, he suddenly stopped. His eyes opened instantly, and he looked at me. "Hi, Mom," he said calmly, as if nothing had happened. I stumbled back. His eyes looked strange, unfocused, as if he had just been pulled out of the deepest sleep. My daughter screamed. "Are you okay?" He only muttered, "I'm okay," and rolled back over. I barely had time to process what had just happened when something even worse happened. His blanket started shaking. Not just trembling slightly, but violently thrashing. But my son wasn't moving. My daughter and I watched in horror as the blanket lifted into the air, held up by something unseen. I screamed, "Do you see that?" My daughter cried out, "Oh my God, Mommy, what is happening?" I stepped forward, reaching toward the blanket, but before I could grab it, it shot straight up into the air, as if someone had yanked it by one corner. My daughter screamed. I grabbed my son, who, once again, woke up instantly and leaped toward us, his face full of confusion. He hadn't felt a thing. That was it. We were done. We packed our bags that night. The fear was overwhelming, and I refused to spend another moment in that apartment. As we hurried to gather what we needed, we heard more sounds, objects shifting, faint whispers we couldn't quite make out. We didn't stop to investigate. We just ran. By morning, we had checked into a motel. I never went back to that apartment. Everything we had left behind, the furniture, clothes, belongings, I abandoned without a second thought. I don't know what was in that apartment, but it did not want us there. It did not share in the excitement we had when we first moved in. We have never seen anything like that again. Not before and not after. And I pray we never will. When I was about 5 years old, I lived in a 2-story apartment in Dayton, Ohio, with my parents. This was before my younger sister was born. Now, at 26, most of my childhood memories have faded, like trying to tune an old TV full of static. But there's one thing I remember clearly: my imaginary friend. He was a boy. I don't remember his name, but I do remember spending hours locked in my room, playing with him. I'd jump on the bed, play with my dolls, and talk to him as if he were real. To me, he was. It wasn't until years later, long after we had moved, that my parents told me a story that still haunts me to this day. They had always known about my imaginary friend, but they noticed a change in me after we moved into that apartment. I started doing things I'd never done before. I had accidents in my room, peeing on the floor like a dog. I locked my cats in the wooden trunk outside my bedroom door. My attitude changed. I spoke to my mother in a way that was unlike me. And whenever I was asked why I was acting this way, I would always blame my cousin Amber, who had never even been to our apartment. My mother hated my room. She never liked being in there alone, always saying she felt like something was watching her. At the time, I never really thought much of it. But there was one night that changed everything. My dad worked third shifts, and one night, after working overtime, he came home exhausted. As he walked upstairs past my bedroom, he heard me playing. But I wasn't alone. He heard two voices, children laughing, talking, playing. At first, he thought nothing of it. Maybe I was just talking to myself, changing my voice to create the illusion of another person. But then he noticed something strange. The voices overlapped. There were two distinct children's voices in my room. Thinking that a neighbor's kid had come over, he called my mom into their room and told her to ask us to keep it down so he could sleep. But when she listened, she only heard me. No other child. She insisted there was no one else in the apartment. Still skeptical, my dad told her to check. When she opened my bedroom door, I was alone. I don't remember that night at all. I don't remember ever actually seeing my imaginary friend or hearing him. But I do remember talking to him, playing with him, and spending hours in my room as if he were right there with me. To my parents, though, there was no question, something was in that room with me. At some point we moved. My parents never gave a reason why, but I suspect that night was part of it. And just like that, as soon as we left that apartment, my imaginary friend was gone. I never played with him again. Years later, my dad's friend moved into that same apartment with his family. He knew nothing of our experience there. His daughter took my old room. And just a few weeks after moving in, she got her very own imaginary friend. She talked about him, played with him, just like I had. But just like me, as soon as they moved out, he was gone. I don't know if what I had was really an imaginary friend, or something else entirely. But I do know that my parents heard something in my room that night. And knowing that another child had the same experience years later only makes it more unsettling. That apartment isn't far from where my grandparents still live. Every now and then, I find myself passing by, looking up at my old bedroom window. And every time, I wonder if someone, is looking back at me, remembering me, just as I remember him. When I was in 4th grade, I went away to a Christian summer camp, and when I came back, I found out we had moved. Our new house was much bigger than the one I had left behind. It was a 2-story brick house with a modern interior, but the house itself was old, built sometime between the late 1800s and early 1900s. It had been remodeled in 2004 and sold in 2016. And my family finalized the purchase in the summer of 2017. My bedroom was the old master before the remodel, which meant it was spacious, with the biggest closet in the house. At first I shared the room with my sister, but after a while, she moved into another room. At the back of the house, down the hallway from my room, there was a guest bedroom. It had 2 small closets and a tiny attic door, about the height from my foot to my knee. I'm about 5 feet 6 inches now, so that gives you an idea of how small it was. But back then, as a 4th grader, it became my house when I played. One day, while I was in there, I noticed something strange. Children's drawings lined the top border of the walls. As soon as I saw them, I got an eerie feeling that I couldn't explain. I don't scare easily. I watch horror movies to fall asleep. American Horror Story is my go-to. And my favorite books are The Shining and Coraline. But standing there in that room, staring at those faded drawings, I felt something was wrong. Without thinking, I ran downstairs to be with my family. For years after that, I refused to go into that room alone. There was something off about it, something that made me uneasy. Then, one night, I had a sleepover with my two best friends. I'll call them Amelia and Kyla. Kyla was a basketball player, fearless and tough, and Amelia was the one who always made us laugh, no matter what. At the time, I had a twin bed, too small for all three of us, so we decided to sleep in the guest bedroom with the king-size bed. As soon as we turned off the lights, something fell inside the closet. The room, which was normally warm, turned freezing cold. Kyla asked if we felt it too. Amelia said something didn't feel right. We didn't need to discuss it further. We all ran back to my room and slept on the floor. None of us wanted to stay in that room another second. After that night, small things started happening. Doors would slam shut on their own, random objects would fall, but nothing too extreme, until the night both of my dogs got trapped in that room. We could hear them whining and yelping like they were in pain. When we tried to open the door, it was locked from the inside. That was impossible. No one had been in there, and no one could have locked it. When we finally got it open, both dogs were cowering in the corner, shaking. They had never acted like that before. I'm still living in this house, and I'm about to start high school. But even now, I won't go in that room alone. My sister sleeps there now, and she says she only has weird dreams, but nothing else. We've had the house cleansed and prayed over multiple times, but nothing has changed. We started calling whatever's in there poltergeist. Some people say spirits feed off fear, so a friend suggested I should just stand my ground and cuss it out, tell it to leave. I haven't done it yet, but I think I will. At this point, it's worth a shot. Springfield was one of 3 cottages built by my great-great-grandfather on Locks Road, back when it was just a quiet country lane in a small Hampshire village. The first house, Dorcas Cottage, was his family home, and the other 2, Edward and Semmy's, were built later for his sons, including my great-grandfather. But this place carried a dark history from the very beginning. Dorcas Cottage was named after my great-grandfather's sister, who was murdered by her boyfriend on a railway bridge not far from the house. The tragedy seemed to cast a shadow over the family because, not long after, 2 more misfortunes followed. In the early 1900s, my grandmother's 4-year-old brother, Joe, fell into a copper boiler and died from severe scalding. A few years later, her mother succumbed to the slow and painful grip of tuberculosis, known back then as the consumption. Over 50 years later, my father, who was never one for superstition, saw something that left him deeply unsettled. He swore he saw a semi-transparent apparition of a woman in an Edwardian-style white dress drifting around the spot where the tragedies had taken place. My grandmother also admitted she never liked walking near that part of the property, especially after visiting her siblings in the evenings. She felt something watching her, something unseen but undeniably present. Years later, I experienced something eerily similar. As I passed by that same area, an overwhelming sense of being watched washed over me. Then came the sounds, loud bangs, rattles, and unexplained noises coming from inside an adjacent outbuilding. It wasn't just an old house settling. It felt like something was making its presence known. That haunted spot has since been redeveloped, now home to a cramped new-build house. But I often wonder if whatever was there has truly been silenced. The strange occurrences didn't stop as the years went on. By the early 2000s, the house was occupied only by my uncle and his wife. My grandmother had passed away, but it never felt like she had truly left. One evening, a visitor was reversing her car in the driveway when she suddenly slammed on the brakes. She swore someone had walked right behind her, stepping into the glow of her reversing lights. When asked to describe what she saw, she gave a perfect description of my grandmother, right down to her hair, posture, and even the color and style of her clothes. The unsettling part? This woman had never met my grandmother. She had no idea what she looked like. Another time, my wife and I were visiting my uncle and his wife, sitting in the lounge while my uncle stood in the doorway discussing something controversial. Something my grandmother certainly wouldn't have approved of. Mid-conversation, a sudden, deafening banging erupted from the staircase behind him. The whole house shook with the force of it. We were stunned, but my uncle, bizarrely, ignored it as if it hadn't happened. Later, we discovered that his wife frequently heard my grandmother calling her name in a stern, scolding tone. She had been so terrified by these experiences that when the time came to move out, she left without looking back, simply muttering, "Just get me out of here." Years later, at a Christmas gathering, we were reminiscing about the old house. My uncle, who had always dismissed our stories, finally admitted that he, too, had experienced strange things while living there. We all had dreaded going upstairs after dark. There was something about that space, a heavy, almost oppressive atmosphere that never quite felt right. Then my sister shared something that had haunted her for decades. As a child, she once had a nightmare about visiting our great-aunt's room in the house. In the dream, she saw a young boy in Edwardian clothes climbing through the window. She had always dismissed it as just a bad dream, until she spoke to our elderly great-aunt. The old woman, confused and visibly upset, suddenly snapped at my sister. "Why did you come into my room with that boy the other night?" My sister, stunned, insisted she hadn't. But our great-aunt was adamant. "Yes, you did," she said. "You came through the window with that boy." Even after 25 years, my sister still shudders when she recalls that moment. It wasn't just a dream. It was something else entirely. Something that lingers in the memory of that house, refusing to be forgotten. I worked as a security guard for a few years, mostly night shifts, and over time I heard countless ghost stories from my coworkers. Some were laughable, motion lights turning on in an outdoor yard, noises from expanding metal, or the occasional sighting of a zombie that was clearly just a strung-out addict. But one sight stood out above all the others: the recycling yard. The yard had a reputation. It had sent guards running, some begging for a reassignment, others quitting on the spot. It was a chaotic place, scrap metal everywhere, high fences, a locked warehouse in the center, and enough abandoned junk to make the perfect hiding spot for thieves or, in my case, something worse. By the time of my strange encounter, I had already been working that post for 6 months. I knew the place inside out. I had my routine, feeding the junkyard cats some tuna, checking the perimeter, and listening to my coworkers swap ridiculous ghost stories. I didn't believe any of them. Then one Saturday, something felt different. That afternoon, as I made my rounds, I came across 2 items that hadn't been there before: a small, dented refrigerator and an oversized clock that looked like an old-fashioned pocket watch but large enough to hang on a wall. I couldn't explain why, but being near them unsettled me. Something about them felt wrong. One of the stray cats, an orange and white kitten I had named Rebel, had been following me around. He was the only one of the junkyard cats brave enough to get close to me. As I hesitated near the fridge and clock, I turned to him. "What do you think, Rebel?" He just stared. I told myself I was being ridiculous, just imagining things, and walked away. As night fell, the unease only grew. I started hearing voices, 2 men whispering, but I could never pinpoint where they were coming from. I'd hear them, then move toward the sound, only for them to vanish. It became a game of cat and mouse, except I was chasing something I couldn't see. Determined to catch whoever was trespassing, I maneuvered between piles of scrap and stacks of metal. The voices led me toward the pile of car bumpers under the solar-powered yard light. This was it. I had them. They had nowhere to hide. I crept closer, shining my flashlight around, but no one was there. And yet, the whispers continued, right in front of me. The words made no sense. Low, hissing syllables, almost like a chant. SPSSP ha 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 SSSSC sa. Ka ku sa sa vlenamino mino. That was enough for me. You can't be here," I called out, my voice a little shakier than I'd like to admit. Silence. Then, a sudden, deafening crash. The entire pile of bumpers collapsed. 3 of them flew straight at me, one from the top, one from the middle, and one from the bottom. I barely had time to react, stumbling backward and landing hard on the ground. I sat there in stunned silence, my breath ragged, my pulse pounding in my ears. I forced myself to stand, brushing off the dirt and trying to convince myself that it had been, what? A coincidence? A sudden gust of wind? Yeah, except nothing else around me had moved. Not a single scrap of paper, not a loose piece of metal. Only the bumpers. That's when I noticed where I was standing. Right next to the fridge and clock. I didn't want to look at them, but my eyes were drawn to them anyway. The fridge was open. The clock face was lying on the ground, detached. I don't know why I did it, but I reached out and touched the refrigerator, running my hands over its surface, trying to prove to myself that it was just an old appliance. Nothing more. The entire time, I was shaking, and I couldn't stop. Then I turned to the clock. That's when Rebel reappeared, leaping onto a nearby concrete block and staring at me, his tail flicking. "Nothing here, Rebel," I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. And then, the hands started spinning. Not slow. Not a gradual tick forward. They whipped around the clock face, faster and faster. I dropped it and ran. Rebel darted alongside me for a few seconds before vanishing into the darkness. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled hands, trying to slow my breathing. I refused to look in the rearview mirror. I refused to turn around. I barely finished my shift that night. The following week, when I returned, I found the clock smashed in, as if someone had taken a hammer to it. The fridge? Tossed over the east wall, as if someone, or something, wanted it gone. To this day, I don't know what happened. Maybe exhaustion got to me. Maybe my mind played tricks. Or maybe, just maybe, the recycling yard's reputation wasn't so ridiculous after all. It was a small, simple apartment in Cainta City, Philippines. Just enough space for what we needed, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, a bedroom, and a living room where we chose to sleep. We had set up our mattress in the living room, keeping the windows open at night to let the cool breeze in. It was cozy in its own way. One night, I arranged some baby pillows around my daughter, Althea, watching her as she slept. There was something so calming about it, the way she'd smile in her sleep. I always wondered what she was dreaming about. Ray and I had been working night shifts in the BPO industry for years, so our body clocks never really adjusted to normal sleeping hours. It was 2 a.m., and we were still awake, snacking and rewatching an old movie for what felt like the 100th time. At some point, our conversation drifted to the accident that had happened a few days ago. A 1-year-old baby had fallen down the stairs from the second floor. The poor child had hit their head, fractured some bones, and had to be rushed to the hospital. I couldn't stop thinking about it, about how terrible it must have been for the parents. I got up to grab a cigarette, only to realize we had run out. With no other choice, I decided to go buy a new pack from the nearest store. Yes, at 2 a.m. I threw on a white shirt and a pair of longer shorts and headed out. Our apartment was on the 3rd floor, so I had to walk down the wooden staircase. The night was quiet, save for the distant hum of a few motorcycles passing by on the highway. I bought the cigarettes quickly and started making my way back. Out of habit, as I walked past the parking lot outside the building, I looked up at our unit. From below, I could see the small terrace and the front door. Nothing seemed unusual, so I kept walking. Then, as I reached the gate, I looked up again. That's when I saw her. A child. She was holding onto the terrace grill, her tiny hands wrapped around the bars. Her black eyes, so dark they seemed hollow, stared down at me. I froze. For a moment, my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It was Althea, my daughter. Somehow, she had gotten out onto the terrace. Panic surged through me. How did she get out there? She was only 8 months old, she couldn't even walk yet. Without thinking, I bolted up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I reached the unit in record time and pushed the door open, bracing myself for the worst. But there she was. Althea was still in the exact same position as when I had left, fast asleep on the mattress, her baby pillows still arranged neatly around her. Ray looked up at me, confused. "What's wrong? Did Althea get up?" I asked, still breathless. "I saw her at the terrace." Ray's puzzled expression didn't change. "What are you talking about? She's been right there the whole time." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I turned back toward the door, half expecting to see something, anything, that would explain what I had just witnessed. But deep down, I knew what I saw. It wasn't my daughter. And the realization hit me like a brick. Whoever that child was, she was older, taller. And most unsettling of all, her eyes, those pitch black, empty eyes. That night I barely slept. I kept replaying the moment in my head, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me, maybe it was a shadow, maybe anything but what I feared it really was. Months passed, and though the memory still lingered, nothing else happened. Life went on as usual. One evening, around 7 p.m., I was getting ready for work. I took a quick selfie in the living room. The doorway and terrace were visible behind me. Thinking nothing of it, I uploaded it as my new profile picture on Facebook. A few minutes later, I got a comment from one of my closest friends. "Me bata esse liquidemo. There's a child behind you." My stomach dropped. I immediately opened the photo and zoomed in. And there she was. The same girl. The same black, empty eyes staring right at me. "Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more." When we returned home from vacation, everything seemed normal at first. I was busy getting my daughters ready for a bath and starting dinner. Walking back and forth between the kitchen and the master bathroom, I barely paid attention to my surroundings. But then, something caught my eye. On top of the bookshelf, the framed photo of my youngest daughter had been turned completely around. It wasn't just knocked over or misplaced. It was carefully turned so that the back of the frame faced outward, perfectly aligned with the other pictures. It looked intentional, deliberate. The moment I saw it, my breath caught in my throat. Among all the other family photos, hers was the only one that had been flipped. It felt wrong, almost sinister. At first, I tried to stay calm. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the kids had done it, but that didn't make sense. They couldn't even reach that high. There was no way they could have placed it back so perfectly. My husband was the only other possibility. When I asked him, his reaction only made me more uneasy. He looked just as shocked as I was, even gasped when he saw it. He swore he hadn't touched it. And why would he? What possible reason would a father have for turning around a picture of his own child like that? I knew for certain it hadn't been like that when we left for our trip. I would have noticed immediately. We had a security system, so no one had been in the house while we were gone. And yet there it was, standing out like a warning. It wasn't the first strange thing that had happened in that house. For a while, there had been an unsettling energy, a presence we couldn't ignore. Picture frames didn't just turn around, they also fell off the walls frequently, always without reason. Footsteps echoed in the halls when no one else was home. My kids were constantly scared, always looking over their shoulders, waking up crying from nightmares. It was getting worse, and we were running out of ways to explain it away. I had reached a breaking point. I started yelling at whatever it was, telling it to stop. But it never did. Instead, it felt like it was getting bolder, more aggressive. The thought that it might be targeting my daughters terrified me more than anything. That was the moment I knew we couldn't stay. I begged my husband to move, and after weeks of hesitation, he finally agreed. The day we left that house, it felt like a weight had been lifted. The fear, the paranoia, the sleepless nights, they all faded the moment we stepped into our new home. My daughters stopped having nightmares. The footsteps were gone. No more unexplained noises or objects moving on their own. The difference was undeniable. Since then, nothing like that has happened. The only odd thing was the lights turning on by themselves twice. But that could have been anything. Otherwise, the house is quiet, peaceful. I never realized just how much tension I had been living with until it was gone. For the first time in a long time, I felt safe. Months later, I found out something that made my stomach turn. The people who lived in that house before us had a YouTube channel where they shared their own ghost stories. About that house. They had experienced things too, and they knew what they were leaving behind. But they never said a word when they sold it to us. I've always heard that places aren't haunted, people are. But whatever was in that house stayed there when we left. I don't know if the new owners are experiencing the same things, but part of me hopes they don't. And part of me knows they probably are. During the lockdown of 21, I wasn't supposed to go more than 5 kilometers from home, but I thought, to hell with that, and jumped into my old 78 Holden Kingswood. I threw in my swag, packed my esky with beer, and borrowed my best mate's little Jack Russell for company. The weather wasn't hot. In fact, it was raining, but I was bored. The dog was thrilled, and so was I. I took my time, stopping here and there to take photos of the landscape and abandoned farmhouses. Every now and then, I'd let dog out for a quick run or a piss. As it started getting dark, I realized I needed a spot to camp for the night. I found a dirt road and decided to follow it, just to see where it led. That road stretched on forever, winding through causeways and patches of forest until finally, near the end of the road, dog and I stumbled upon an old church. It was the last thing I expected. Just sitting there, forgotten, in the middle of nowhere. I had no idea what denomination it belonged to, but something about it unsettled me. Maybe it was just the eerie way it stood in the fading light, but the moment I saw it, I felt uneasy. I got out, dog sticking close to my side, and we walked toward it. The place was run down, windows broken, wood rotting, roof rusting. Oddly enough, it smelled of burnt wood, but I couldn't see any signs of a fire. We found a way in through the old vestry. If I could turn back time, I would have reversed out of there and never looked back. But curiosity got the better of me. Inside, the church still had its pews, the pulpit, even a tattered old Bible that had been half-eaten by mice. Dog wasn't happy. He kept pressing himself into me, like he was trying to say, "Let's get the hell out of here." I felt it too, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I took one last look around before dog pushed his way ahead of me, as if saying, "Dogs and children first, mate." That night, I set up camp nearby. Got my food sorted, cracked open a beer, and dog finally relaxed a bit, gnawing on a chicken neck. I was rolling a spliff when we heard it, singing. Faint at first, then growing louder. Children's voices, out of tune, coming from the direction of the church. My skin crawled. Then an organ started playing, though I knew there wasn't one inside. Dog's growling grew deeper. Everything went silent. I sat there, heart pounding, trying to shake off the feeling. But then it started again, singing, a man's voice joining in, panicked, almost pleading. I wanted to check it out, but I wasn't an idiot. I wasn't about to leave the safety of my camp to investigate a ghostly choir in the dead of night. When the sounds finally stopped, I didn't sleep. Morning came, dull and gray. I was already packed up when dog needed to do his morning business, so I followed him for a walk. That's when we found the graveyard. The headstones were old, leaning at odd angles, weathered by time. Every single one was dedicated to a child. Same date of death. I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach. Then, just as I was about to turn back, the singing started again. Dog bolted. I was right behind him. Later, I learned that a church in that area had burned down in the 1920s. A Sunday school had been in session. No one made it out. 3 weeks later, I decided to go back, just to see if I had imagined it. But when I got there, the church was gone. Not just burned or collapsed, gone, as if it had never been there in the first place. The graveyard remained, but most of the headstones were too worn to read. Same road. Same location. No church. I still can't explain it. During my final year of graduate school, I was renting a room in an old Victorian house built around 1890. It was my third year living there. I had first stayed in a room downstairs, then moved upstairs for a year, and now I was back downstairs again. From my first year in the house, most of the strange activity seemed centered around the staircase, and the rooms directly underneath it. There were 2 closets under the stairs, separated by a partition wall, and next to them was my old room. Now I was living in a large front room with a roommate. My old room housed another tenant, and the tiny closet under the stairs had been converted into a ridiculously cramped bedroom for the last roommate, barely fitting a mattress, television, and clothes. That closet had always given off a weird energy, but once it became a bedroom, the eerie feeling seemed to shift. It was as if whatever had been lurking there had been pushed out and now settled in the bathroom and laundry room, just a few feet away from our living room. For some bizarre reason, the bathroom door had 2 glass panes, which meant anyone in the living room could see inside. To fix this, someone had hung a bedsheet over the glass for privacy. But that only made things feel even more unsettling. I often worked late and would come home to a dark, quiet house. The moment I stepped through the side door into the living room, I'd get the overwhelming sensation of being watched. The room had too many doors, too many windows. It felt like something could be lurking in any of the dark corners. I would rush to my room, shut the door, and avoid coming out until morning. Whenever I walked through that living room at night, I could feel invisible eyes locked onto me from the bathroom. It wasn't just a passing thought, it was a heavy, oppressive feeling, as if something was standing there, inches away. Sometimes, I'd spin around suddenly, hoping to catch whatever it was, but I'd only see the bathroom door, the bedsheet covering its glass panes swaying slightly, as if someone had just been standing behind it. One night, as I walked back from the kitchen with a glass of water, I caught something in the corner of my eye. In the dim light behind the television, at floor level, I saw 2 glowing yellow eyes staring at me. My breath caught. I turned to look straight at them, but in the next second, they were gone. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a trick of the light, maybe something outside reflecting in. But no. I knew what I had seen. My roommate, who had just moved in that year, also felt uneasy. He constantly complained about the closet off our room, saying he felt like someone was watching him from inside. He also swore that he'd wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone had shaken him awake. But when he opened his eyes, I was asleep on the other side of the room, and there was no one else there. Halfway through the year, he left for a study abroad program. A month after he left, I bought an expensive perfume. I used it once, then put it back in its box and placed it on the fireplace mantel in my room. About a week later, when I went to use it again, I opened the box and found the bottle completely shattered down the middle. The perfume was gone, evaporated. But the box was exactly where I had left it, undisturbed. I asked my roommates if anyone had accidentally knocked it over, but no one had touched it. The way the glass had split, straight down the center, didn't make sense. It hadn't fallen, it had just broken. That wasn't the only strange disappearance. Personal items would go missing, sometimes reappearing days later, sometimes never showing up again. The worst was when I needed my social security card for job applications. I kept it in a locked cabinet in my desk, along with other important papers. I checked one day, and it was there. A few days later, when I needed it, it was gone. No one else had a key. No sign of a break-in. I tore the place apart, but it was just gone. I had to order a new one. Another weird thing was the water in the shower. It would suddenly turn ice cold, no matter how hot I set it. It wasn't just me, it happened to all of us. We called a plumber, but he found nothing wrong. The upstairs tenants never had the same issue. It only happened to us. Then there was the cinnamon. Randomly, at odd times of the day or night, the downstairs would fill with the smell of cinnamon, like someone had just lit a candle. But no one ever had. The scent would appear and vanish just as quickly, and no one could ever figure out where it was coming from. My roommates dismissed all of it. They insisted nothing was happening, that I was just imagining things. I started doubting myself, too. Maybe I was reading too much into everything. But then, something happened that even they couldn't explain. It was during spring break, and only one of my roommates was home early because he had a job interview. Early one morning, he was startled awake by a smoke alarm blaring from the upstairs apartment. He ran out the front door to check on the tenants. They said the alarm had gone off randomly, but there was no smoke, no fire. They checked every room, nothing. Minutes later, the smoke alarm downstairs went off. But when my roommate ran through the house, he realized something strange. The noise wasn't coming from any of the smoke detectors. It was coming from everywhere. The sound seemed to be surrounding him, growing louder and louder until he had to cover his ears and bury his head in his pillow, convinced he was about to pass out. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. And it never happened again. For the last few weeks before we moved out, nothing major happened. Just the same eerie feeling of being watched, the same dark presence hanging over everything. Even now, I think about that house. I wonder about its past, who had lived there before, and what the spirits wanted. I don't think they were truly malicious, but they were definitely trying to get my attention. Maybe they were upset by the constant influx of students, or by the renovations over the years. Maybe they were just there, watching, waiting. During my wife's childhood, around the age of 6 or 7, her family embarked on a trip to the northern areas of Pakistan. The region of Gilgit-Baltistan and Kashmir is known for its breathtaking landscapes, towering ice-capped mountains, and serene valleys. It's a perfect escape from the noise and pollution of the city, offering a peaceful contrast to the daily routine. Her family, consisting of her parents, 2 elder sisters, and a brother, planned a week-long vacation, visiting famous places like Hunza and Kagan valleys. They enjoyed the trip immensely, soaking in the beauty of nature, exploring the markets, and indulging in the fresh mountain air. As the trip neared its end, they found themselves struggling to secure accommodation for their last night. After much searching, they finally managed to find a hotel in a remote location, far from the bustling tourist spots. The area had very few houses or people around, and the hotel itself was nearly empty. They were given a room on the second floor, which had 2 windows, one of them larger and positioned near one of the beds. Both windows were securely locked when they checked in. That afternoon, they left for some last-minute shopping, returning to the hotel around 10 p.m. exhausted. They began packing for their journey back home. That's when my mother-in-law realized that the beautiful handbag she had bought earlier was missing. She distinctly remembered placing it inside one of the travel bags and locking it before leaving, yet despite searching everywhere, it was nowhere to be found. The family went through all their belongings, but the bag had simply vanished. Perplexed but too tired to continue looking, they decided to search again in the morning and went to bed. Sometime around 2 a.m., my mother-in-law woke up, feeling an unusual chill in the room. The temperature had dropped significantly, making the air feel heavy and unsettling. As she adjusted her eyes to the dim room, something caught her attention, and what she saw sent a shiver down her spine. The large window near the bed, which had been locked when they went to sleep, was now wide open. Sitting on the windowsill was a woman. She wore traditional northern attire, complete with a Hunzai-style cap. Her face was eerily expressionless, her dark eyes fixated on my mother-in-law. What made the sight even more unsettling was that she was holding the missing handbag in one hand, while her other hand moved in a slow, beckoning motion, silently inviting my mother-in-law to come closer and take it. Fear gripped her. She felt paralyzed, unable to move or look away. She immediately began reciting protective prayers under her breath, then pulled the blanket over her head, shutting her eyes tightly. The atmosphere in the room was thick with an overwhelming sense of dread. She could feel an unseen presence lingering, watching. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. but eventually she sensed a change. The heaviness in the air faded, and the icy chill began to dissipate. Still too afraid to look, she stayed under the blanket, unable to sleep for the rest of the night. Morning finally arrived, and with the first light of day, she gathered the courage to uncover her face. What she saw next left her speechless. The large window was shut and locked, just as it had been before they went to bed. There was no sign of it ever having been opened. But more disturbingly, the handbag was now lying neatly on the side table next to the bed. She quickly recounted the experience to the rest of the family. They listened in disbelief, knowing that something unexplainable had happened. Not wanting to stay a moment longer, they hurriedly packed their belongings and checked out of the hotel. Before leaving, they approached the receptionist to inquire about the strange occurrence. However, he had no answers. He had only recently started working there, and wasn't aware of any unusual stories about the place. The incident remained an unsettling mystery. Who was the woman at the window? How did she get the handbag? And most chilling of all, what would have happened if my mother-in-law had responded to her silent invitation? This story takes place in Kerala, India, near an old temple that was rebuilt a few years ago. Before its reconstruction, no one knew a temple even existed on that land. The property belonged to a family, let's call them Family A, who had been facing years of hardship, including financial struggles, health issues, and even untimely deaths. At the same time, another family from a different area, Family B, was going through similar misfortunes. Family B, desperate for answers, consulted an astrologer. What they learned shocked them. The astrologer told them that an ancient Devi temple existed in their ancestral home, and the deity was displeased because it had been long forgotten. To resolve their suffering, they needed to rebuild the temple and properly worship the deity. Upon further inquiry, Family B discovered that the land of Family A was where the temple originally stood. Both families came together and decided to reconstruct the temple, believing it would put an end to their hardships. However, building and maintaining a temple is no easy task. They sought help from the local community, and soon, a small but functional temple was completed. The people in the neighborhood were pleased. They now had a temple nearby to pray at. But their happiness didn't last long. Though most visitors had no issues, something strange began happening to young, unmarried girls who entered the temple. The first to be affected was Dee, our neighbor. She was a quiet, cheerful girl, well-liked by everyone. One morning, on her way to an exam, she stopped by the temple to seek blessings, something she had done countless times before. But that day was different. Minutes after entering, she ran out screaming. No one knew what had happened, not even Dee. She couldn't explain what she saw or what terrified her so much. Soon after, she fell seriously ill with a high fever. Her condition deteriorated rapidly, and she had to be admitted to the hospital. While in the hospital, her fever spiked to unnatural levels, and she became delirious. She started speaking in gibberish, thrashing violently, and had to be restrained. She no longer recognized her loved ones, not even my niece, whom she adored, or my cousin, who had been her best friend since childhood. The doctors were baffled. They ran multiple tests but found no medical explanation for her condition. With no improvement, they advised the family to take her home, saying there was nothing more they could do. At home, her condition worsened. She spoke of strange things, of visions no one understood. She hallucinated, became paranoid, and would sometimes lash out violently. Her family, unable to control her, resorted to keeping her chained. It was a heartbreaking sight. Doctors had failed, but the family wasn't ready to give up. They turned to a priest, who, upon hearing what had happened, immediately declared that this was not a medical issue but a spiritual one. He advised them to perform special rituals and prayers to counter the negative energy surrounding her. Within 3 days of performing the rituals, something miraculous happened. One morning, Dee woke up and, for the first time in months, called out my cousin's name. She slowly regained her memories and recognized everyone again. In a few days, she was fully back to normal, as if nothing had happened. Years later, when I met her, I noticed the scars on her wrists and ankles, marks left from being restrained during her ordeal. To this day, no one knows what she saw inside that temple or what force took hold of her. But it didn't stop with Dee. Other young girls suffered the same fate, including my cousin. Each time, the symptoms were eerily similar: hallucinations, fevers, paranoia, violent outbursts, and each time, medical science had no answers. Only after certain religious rituals were performed did they recover. Even now, the temple stands, its mysteries unsolved. Though it sits just behind our house, none of the women in our family, especially the unmarried girls, dare to step inside. What lies within, what force lingers there, remains a chilling mystery. A few years ago, my family and I took a trip to Greece with a few of our friends. The trip was supposed to be fun and relaxing, but what happened in Athens still lingers in my mind. I was sharing a room with two of my friends, while our two other friends stayed in a separate room. As soon as we walked into our hotel, I had this strange feeling. The place looked like something straight out of a fantasy novel, the kind of setting you'd find in a supernatural story. It wasn't eerie exactly, but something about it felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. We settled into our rooms and then headed downstairs for dinner. Friend A, B, and I briefly caught up with our parents before sitting down. A few minutes later, friends C and D joined us at the table, but they looked uneasy, almost disturbed. Friend A, who has this almost unnatural intuition about things, immediately asked if something was wrong. Friend C wasted no time. She flat out said that she thought their room was haunted. Friend D nodded in agreement. I remember just sitting there, skeptical. I wasn't the type to believe in ghosts or anything like that, so my first reaction was, "Wait, what?" They started explaining what they had experienced. I listened, but honestly, I wasn't convinced. After dinner, they invited us to come check out the room ourselves. I figured, why not? Might as well prove to myself that there was nothing to worry about. When we got to their door, I was the first to step inside, with friend B following close behind. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt it. The room was freezing cold, unnaturally so. It was nothing like the warm, humid air of the hallway. The second thing I noticed was the smell. It had this damp, musty scent, the kind you'd expect in a place that had been shut for years. Friends C and D said they had searched everywhere but couldn't find the source. And then came the worst part, the feeling. I felt like I was being watched. Not just a general uneasiness, but like someone, or something, was studying me, as if I had walked in uninvited. It made my skin crawl. Friend B didn't say a word, but the look on her face said enough. She felt it too. Friend A, who was always the first to brush things off, wouldn't even step inside. She stood at the door and refused to move. That should have been my first real warning. 2 nights later, something even stranger happened. I was fast asleep in my room with friends A and B when I woke up to the sound of shuffling. I glanced at the clock. It was around 2 a.m. For some reason, I always find myself waking up at that time, but this time, I wasn't the only one. I turned my head and saw friend A moving around the room, checking different corners. She kept going back to one window in particular, locking it, stepping away, and then checking it again. Over and over. It was so unlike her. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. "What are you doing?" I asked. She hesitated for a second, then whispered, "I just feel like someone else is here." That sent a chill down my spine. Friend A wasn't the type to get scared easily. If she was paranoid, something had to be seriously wrong. I sighed, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling, and told her to go back to bed. She did, but I couldn't fall asleep right away. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that it was all in our heads. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. Behind the curtain, against the dim light from outside, was the outline of a figure. A human shape, standing still. I couldn't tell if it was male or female, but something in me was certain, it was a woman. I didn't feel any particular energy from it, No malice, no warmth. Just nothing. And that somehow made it worse. I blinked hard, expecting it to disappear when I opened my eyes again. But when I looked back, it was still there, motionless, silent. I wanted to wake up friend A or B, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even bring myself to breathe too loudly. After what felt like forever, I finally shut my eyes and forced myself to sleep. I don't know if it was real or just my mind playing tricks on me, but I never looked behind that curtain again. To this day, I still wonder what was in that hotel. Maybe it was all coincidence, just a series of weird experiences that our minds exaggerated. But deep down, I can't shake the feeling that something not entirely human, was watching us in that room. That day was Anzac Day, April 25th, 2021. The hard lockdown had just eased, and we were finally allowed to step out into the world again. I decided it was the perfect time to use a gift voucher I had been holding onto since before the pandemic, treating my husband, Rex, and myself to lunch at the old quarantine station. Q Station, as it is now known, is part of Sydney Harbour National Park, located at North Head near Manly. It was originally established in 1832 as a quarantine site for immigrants arriving by ship, to prevent the spread of deadly diseases like the bubonic plague, Spanish influenza, cholera, tuberculosis, scarlet fever, typhus, and smallpox. Over its 150 years of operation, more than 13,000 people were quarantined there. At least 572 were buried on site, though many believe the actual number was higher. While medical advancements improved over time, reducing the mortality rate, the station remained operational until 1984. The history of the place was tragic, but the most infamous stories seemed to center around one building in particular, the showers. Immigrants arriving at the quarantine station were subjected to harsh chemical treatments in the name of disinfection. Many suffered burns and lasting damage. It was no surprise that hauntings had been reported over the years, especially around the showers. I was already feeling uneasy about visiting, so before we left, I whispered a small prayer, asking for protection and for any lingering spirits to find peace. Almost immediately, a strange burst of energy filled me. It wasn't fear or anxiety, just an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if something or someone wanted us to go. I felt more excited than I had in weeks, and even Rex, who wasn't normally one for bursts of energy, seemed unusually eager to leave. Our journey to the Q station was strangely smooth. Usually, traffic around Manly was a nightmare, but that day, every light was green. We arrived half an hour earlier than expected. Even parking, which should have been impossible, worked in our favor. Just as we entered the lot, a car pulled out, leaving us a perfect spot near the visitor center. As we waited for the minibus that would take us to the Boiler House restaurant, I sat on a bench outside and said another quiet prayer, not just for protection, but for any lost spirits lingering there. I asked my guardian to help guide them to peace, and if there were any more sinister entities around, to keep them far away from us. Soon, the minivan arrived, taking us to the Boiler House restaurant. The building itself was a striking red brick structure with a massive chimney stack. I suspected it had once been used for the station's communal laundry and heating the infamous showers. It had an unsettling presence, but I brushed it off. Since the weather was beautiful, the restaurant had set up outdoor dining. Lunch was delicious, and the service was excellent. The only off-putting thing was a young man sitting at the table next to us. He looked us up and down the moment we sat down, and made some snide remarks to the older couple with him, probably his parents. His judgmental attitude irritated me, but I let it go. When they finished their meal and left, Rex and I laughed about the encounter. Just as we were about to leave, I glanced at their table and noticed that someone had left their phone behind. Rex quickly called out to them, and they came rushing back, clearly embarrassed. I couldn't help but feel like it was karma at work, some unseen force making sure they learned a little humility. As the minivan drove us back up the hill, I turned my head and spotted a small, nondescript building off the path. My skin prickled instantly. From where I sat, I could see a dark, narrow opening leading inside, revealing small cubicles with thin white partitions. A wave of unbearable sadness hit me. The energy of that place felt thick with despair. I turned to Rex. "Where exactly are the haunted showers?" I asked. He had been to the Q station years before, and told me they were farther up the hill. But before I could say anything else, the woman from the other table at the restaurant spoke up. She and her family had taken the history tour earlier in the day. "That's the showers," she said. My stomach dropped. When we got home, I went through the photos I had taken at the station. That's when I noticed something strange. In one of my pictures, the one I took of the boiler house chimney, there was a bright blue orb. Rex and I hadn't seen anything unusual when I took the photo. There was nothing in the area that could have caused it, and the sun was at the wrong angle to create a reflection. It was an intense electric blue, like a concentrated bolt of energy, hovering in the image without any apparent source. Neither of us had an explanation. Could it have been a lens flare? A trick of the light? Or something else entirely? The quarantine station has long been known for its hauntings, and I'd gone there expecting a heavy atmosphere. But nothing prepared me for that feeling at the showers or the unexplained blue light in my photo. Even now, I still wonder, was something trying to make itself known? Or was it simply a reminder that history never truly fades, and that some spirits still linger, waiting to be acknowledged? Moving into my new home in 2016 felt like a fresh start. It was a beautiful, turn-of-the-century brick mansion overlooking Decatur Lake in central Illinois. The house was massive, so big that it had been sectioned into 3 apartments. I lived on the main floor. At first, the strange occurrences were small, almost easy to ignore. Things would fall off tables and couches when no one was in the room. I'd walk into the kitchen and hear a loud thud from the living room, only to find an object lying on the floor, as if it had been pushed. It was odd, but I brushed it off, figuring maybe it was just the house settling. About a month in, I took a shower in the middle of the day. As I stepped out, flinging open the curtain, my hair dryer, sitting on the opposite side of the room, suddenly turned on. It startled me, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the house had electrical issues? Maybe the steam from the shower had triggered something? It was strange, but I didn't dwell on it. 2 days later, at around 2 a.m., my boyfriend got up to use the bathroom while I was fast asleep. I woke up abruptly to the sound of an ear-splitting rattling noise, followed by my boyfriend cursing loudly. He came back into the bedroom, breathing heavily, looking visibly shaken. His electric travel razor, which had been sitting on top of the toilet tank, had suddenly turned on by itself, vibrating so loudly against the porcelain that it echoed through the entire apartment. He swore he hadn't touched it. The weirdest part? The razor wasn't even plugged in. That's when I told him about the hair dryer. The realization hit both of us at the same time. Electrical devices were turning on by themselves, and it was happening to both of us. We weren't the type to believe in ghosts, but this was getting harder to explain away. To make things even more unsettling, we discovered swastika and iron cross tiles embedded around the old fireplace. The house was built in the early 1900s, and finding those symbols in 2016 made it even creepier. One night, around 2 or 3 a.m., we were both startled awake by an earth-shattering bang inside our bedroom. It was so loud that my boyfriend, a Marine, had his gun in hand within seconds. It sounded as if someone had dropped a massive stack of heavy books from the ceiling straight to the floor. It was deafening. I flicked on the light, expecting to see something broken, knocked over, or displaced, but nothing had moved. There was absolutely no explanation for the sound. Months passed, and my boyfriend and I eventually broke up, leaving me to live there alone. That's when things got worse. Every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I would hear what sounded like a scream, directly in my ear. It wasn't an external noise, it was inside my head. At the same time, I would feel what I can only describe as electric jolts shooting through my brain, jolting me awake violently. It felt like an attack, dark, violent, and completely unnatural. I began to worry that maybe I had developed some kind of neurological issue. Was I having seizures in my sleep? Was this some new sleep disorder? I even considered seeing a doctor to check for a brain tumor. Then, one night, I had a date over. We were sitting on the couch, casually talking, when he suddenly interrupted me mid-sentence. "I don't want to freak you out," he said, shifting uncomfortably. "But do you believe in ghosts?" I stared at him, not sure how to respond. He had no idea about the weird things that had been happening. I had never mentioned any of it to him. But something about the way he asked made my stomach drop. "Not really," I admitted. "But some strange things have happened since I moved here." He nodded and hesitated before saying, "I see spirits. And you definitely have one here. There's a woman standing on your porch right now." I could feel the blood draining from my face. He described her in detail, wearing a bathrobe, standing just beyond the screen. He said she had lived here once, maybe in the 1950s or 60s, and had died in the bathroom. A suicide in the bathtub. My skin crawled. I told him everything that had been happening, and he confirmed that it was all her. The objects falling, the electrical disturbances, the violent jolts in my sleep. She was the cause of it all. A few months later, I finally moved out. I found a small one-bedroom lake house across the lake. From the first night in my new home, everything stopped. No more things falling. No more hair dryers turning on. No more screaming in my ears. Whatever had been tormenting me in that house hadn't followed. The same guy who had told me about the spirit came to visit me after I moved. As soon as he walked in, he smiled. "This place is so much better for you," he said. "I didn't want to tell you at the time, but that woman? She wasn't friendly. She wanted to hurt you." I was finally free of that house, but even now, I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I had stayed. Lake Scugog, nestled in the small town of Port Perry, Ontario, has long been a hotspot for paranormal enthusiasts. The area is known for its eerie legends, including the famously haunted Jester's Court restaurant, which has been featured on the Canadian ghost show Creepy Canada. But beyond the walls of this historic establishment lies another chilling legend, one that lingers on a quiet rural road, where a tragic accident left behind more than just a memory. According to local lore, in 1957, a young man set out on his motorcycle, eager to test its limits. Speeding recklessly down the deserted road, he pushed the machine to its maximum, feeling the rush of the wind against him. But the joyride turned disastrous when he lost control, veering off into a nearby field. In a split second, his journey ended violently as he collided with a barbed wire fence, his body thrown one way while his head remained entangled in the sharp metal. Since then, many travelers have reported seeing a single, glowing light moving down the road, silent, fast, and without any visible vehicle. On an uneventful Friday night in October of 2010, my mother, my brother, my sister, and I found ourselves drawn to the area. With nothing else planned, we decided to take a spontaneous trip to Lake Scugog, indulging in our shared love for haunted locations. After a late dinner at the Jester's Court, curiosity led us to that infamous rural road, hoping we might catch a glimpse of the legendary phantom motorcyclist. We parked on the side of the road, the car's headlights off, letting the darkness settle around us. The air was still, and an unsettling silence wrapped around the area. An hour passed, and with nothing unusual happening, I grew restless. I stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching beneath my feet as I paced along the roadside. My brother soon joined me, and we chatted about other famous hauntings to pass the time. Then, something caught our attention. From the corner of our eyes, a single bright light appeared on the horizon. At first, we assumed it was a distant vehicle, but something about it felt off. We stopped talking, our gazes locked on the strange glow as it slowly grew in size, moving toward us. As it approached, a cold realization settled in. There was no sound. No hum of an engine. No rumbling tires on the pavement. Just an eerie, silent light floating closer. By this point, the light was near enough that, Had it been a real motorcycle, the roar of its engine would have been deafening. But apart from the rhythmic chirping of crickets, the night remained utterly still. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light blinked out of existence, vanishing into the darkness. We stood frozen, staring into the empty road where the glow had once been. A chill ran down my spine as I turned to my brother, whose expression mirrored my own, a mixture of shock and intrigue. We quickly got back into the car, recounting what we had just seen to our mother and sister. In the quiet drive home, we couldn't shake the feeling that we had witnessed something beyond explanation. Perhaps, on that lonely stretch of road, the spirit of the young motorcyclist still lingers, forever trapped in the moment of his untimely death. His tragic end, the price of one reckless ride, now an endless journey through the darkness, one that, even decades later, refuses to be forgotten. Driving through a dark mountain pass in the middle of the night has its own kind of airy beauty. Empty roads stretching endlessly, the silhouettes of trees standing still like silent sentinels, and the occasional glow of headlights cutting through the blackness. But sometimes, the darkness holds something else. Something unexplainable. It was after sunset when my friend and I left Mesa, Arizona, heading back home to Colorado after a music festival in Tucson. The 12-hour drive stretched ahead of us, and we had already accepted that we'd be doing most of it in the dark. 3 hours in, winding through a mountain pass around midnight, we were keeping ourselves awake the best way we knew how, singing 90s and early 2000s pop hits at the top of our lungs, laughing so hard we could barely breathe. It was just us, the open road, and the occasional glow of the moon filtering through the trees. Then, without warning, the mood shifted. A strange uneasiness settled over me. It wasn't tied to anything specific, just that gut feeling, the kind that tells you something isn't quite right. The road had been empty for a long time, no headlights in front of us or behind. But out of habit, I kept checking my rearview mirror, watching for any signs of life on the road. Every time I looked, it was the same, darkness stretching behind us, uninterrupted. Until it wasn't. One glance, and there it was. A small, dark sedan right on my bumper. It had come out of nowhere. I hadn't seen headlights approaching, hadn't heard an engine, nothing. And it was close. Too close. One of its headlights was completely out, and the other flickered weakly, casting a dull yellow glow. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine as I watched it in the mirror. It was tailgating us so aggressively that I half expected it to hit us. Less than 10 feet away, way too close for comfort, like the driver wanted to force me to speed up or move aside. But there was nothing stopping them from passing. The road was clear, no curves, no obstacles, just miles of open pavement. I laughed nervously, trying to shake off the tension, and jerked my thumb toward the back. "Check out this hole. There's plenty of room to pass us." My friend turned to look, and the car was gone. Not fading into the distance. Not pulling off to the side. Just gone. The moment stretched out in silence. The same pitch-black night pressed against the rear windshield, the same blurred trees standing still in the darkness. No taillights in the distance. No sign that there had ever been another vehicle behind us at all. I felt my skin prickle. "You saw it, right?" I asked, my voice quieter now. My friend nodded, his face pale. "I felt weird about this stretch of road too," he admitted. The unease lingered long after we left that pass behind. I tried to shake it off, telling myself there had to be some kind of logical explanation. Maybe the car had no taillights, maybe I had imagined it, maybe. But no. I knew what I saw. A car doesn't just appear out of nowhere, and disappear just as suddenly. And the way it had been following us so closely, aggressively, like it wanted something from us. We didn't see anything strange for the rest of the drive, but the memory of that moment stuck with me. I had heard stories of ghost cars before, phantom vehicles that appear and disappear without a trace, often in places where fatal accidents had happened. I had never believed in them. Until that night. There's something about old buildings, especially those tucked away in forested areas, that seemed to hold on to their history, almost like they refused to let go of the people and stories that passed through them. Northumberland Heights was one of those places. A charming German restaurant and hotel in the small town of Baltimore, Ontario, it had long been rumored to be haunted. Guests had spoken of eerie encounters, and staff had their own stories of inexplicable occurrences. But at the time, I was 16 and not particularly invested in ghost stories. That changed on the night of my grandmother's retirement party. By January of 2004, after years of dedicated service to the Industrial Accident Prevention Association, my grandmother was finally stepping into retirement. My parents had planned a celebratory dinner at Northumberland Heights, gathering friends and family to honor her hard work. The restaurant itself was built to resemble an authentic Bavarian inn, complete with traditional decor, German lager advertisements on the walls, and staff dressed in traditional dirndls. Our party was set up in a private room at the back, where an oversized window gave us a stunning view of the snow-covered hillside and the distant town of Coburg. The atmosphere felt warm and celebratory, a perfect send-off. Sitting through a long dinner wasn't exactly my idea of excitement, so I found ways to entertain myself. I struck up a conversation with one of the waitresses, Lucy, a young woman with dark hair and an easygoing manner. At one point, she casually mentioned that guests and staff alike had frequently seen a woman in a white gown in the hallways and basement. She would appear just at the edge of their vision, but the moment they turned to face her, she would vanish. It was a common enough occurrence that most employees had simply accepted it as part of working there. I was intrigued but still skeptical. That was, until something strange happened. At one point, I wandered into the lobby, where an old-fashioned television set caught my attention. It looked vintage, almost ornamental, but I was curious if it still worked. I turned the dial once. Nothing. Tried again. Still nothing. After a third attempt, I shrugged, figuring it was just there for decoration, and turned the dial back to its original position before heading toward the door. That's when it happened. As I stood by the entrance, waiting for my brother to join me, the television suddenly flickered to life. The screen glowed, displaying the live broadcast of a major golf tournament. The room was completely empty. I had just been standing there moments before, struggling to get it to work. My heart skipped a beat. I quickly made my way back to our table, where the party was starting to wrap up. On my way, I ran into Lucy again. I hesitated for a second before telling her about what had just happened. She barely looked surprised. "Oh yeah," she said casually. "Stuff like that happens all the time." Her nonchalant response only made the whole experience feel even stranger. Years later, Northumberland Heights was demolished, taking its secrets with it. I'll probably never know the truth behind that night, whether it was just an electrical glitch or something beyond explanation. But I do know one thing: ever since that night, I've been far more open to the idea that some places hold on to more than just memories. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, has long been known as one of the most haunted locations in the United States, a place where echoes of its tragic past seem to linger. My family, like many others, had its own brush with the unexplained during a visit, a moment that still leaves us wondering whether the past can ever truly rest. In the summer of 1990, my grandmother took a weekend trip to Gettysburg with her sister, Valerie, and her brother-in-law, Robert. They spent the day exploring the historic town, visiting various sites and exhibitions, including the famous Gettysburg Cyclorama, a massive 360-degree theater featuring a motion reenactment of the infamous battle, designed to immerse visitors in the harrowing experience of war. By mid-afternoon, they checked into a roadside motel on the outskirts of town. The motel stood beside an open field, its rustic log fence punctuated with loopholes, the kind that once served as defensive fortifications. The design suggested that the motel might have been built upon or near a former Union stronghold, a place where soldiers had once stood their ground against Confederate forces. Inside, the room was decorated with period-appropriate furniture and artifacts, aiming to recreate the feel of the 1860s. After a long day of sightseeing, they decided to turn in for the night around 10. Everything was quiet until, at approximately 5 a.m., my grandmother was suddenly awakened by an unusual sound drifting in from the fields. It was distant at first, but as she sat up and listened, she realized it wasn't just noise, it was music. The unmistakable sound of fifes and drums, playing together in perfect unison, seemed to be coming from the open land just beyond the motel. She hesitated for a moment before getting up, careful not to wake Valerie and Robert. Slowly, she crept toward the window and unlatched it. The moment she pulled it open, the music swelled, growing louder and more distinct. She strained to see through the early morning haze, but there was nothing, no movement, no figures, just the empty field stretching into the distance. The sound was clear, as though a regiment of musicians was marching straight through the landscape, lost in time. For several minutes, she remained frozen, listening. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the music stopped. The field was silent again, as if nothing had ever been there. My grandmother hesitated before gently shutting the window and slipping back into bed, her mind racing. She chose not to wake the others, deciding instead to wait until breakfast to share what she had experienced. The next morning, as they gathered for breakfast, she recounted what she had heard. Neither Valerie nor Robert had woken up during the night, though they had no difficulty believing her story. The idea that the battlefield still carried the echoes of its fallen soldiers didn't seem far-fetched in a place so deeply tied to history. The conversation lingered throughout their journey home, leaving them with an unsettling but profound reminder of Gettysburg's tragic past. Even after all these years, my grandmother still reflects on that night with a mix of wonder and unease. The sound she heard, music that had once driven men into battle, instruments that had played over the screams of dying soldiers, had somehow survived beyond the grave. And no more than a century had passed since the war, it seemed the spirits of those who had perished in Gettysburg remained, forever marching to the rhythm of history. When I was in my mid to late 20s, just after my divorce from my first husband Bob, I met John on a blind date. From the moment we met, we clicked. It was a second marriage for both of us, and though it took a few months to adjust, we were so alike it was almost eerie. John lived in a house on Erie Road, not far from downtown Willoughby, Ohio. It was a house I had known since childhood, a place that always unsettled me. As kids, my friends and I would ride our bikes past it in the summer, and every time I looked at that house, I got a strange, creeping sensation. My eyes were always drawn to the third-floor window, the attic. I had this deep-rooted feeling that something was up there, watching, silently letting me know that I needed to keep moving. I never imagined that years later, I'd end up living in that very house with John and his mother, Mary. The house itself was an old farmhouse that had been converted into a duplex. John and his sister, Jean, originally found it and rented the upstairs portion. But by the time we got together, Jean had married and moved out, leaving just John, Mary, and me. Mary was a wonderful mother-in-law, kind, warm, and incredibly psychic. John also had a strong sense of intuition, and while I wasn't as gifted as them, I had my own moments of sensitivity. 3 psychically attuned people living in a house that already felt wrong. Add in the fact that there was a large electrical substation barely 80 yards behind the house, and it was a recipe for disaster. At first, the strange occurrences were small, easy to brush off. Objects disappeared and reappeared in odd places. A coffee pot would vanish from the stove, only to be found inside the refrigerator hours later. We'd hear our names being called when no one was around. We'd feel invisible hands brushing against us. One night, we left for a few hours and returned to find 2 inches of ice-cold water covering the kitchen floor. No pipes had burst. No faucets had been left on. The roof wasn't leaking. There was no explanation. Mary, being Catholic, sprinkled holy water throughout the house, but if anything, it only seemed to make things worse. Then came the insects. One night, we found ourselves swarmed by thousands, millions, of baby spiders crawling across the ceiling of our bedroom. We cleaned them out, but they were followed by another horror, millipedes. An unfathomable number of tiny, wriggling creatures spread throughout the entire house, even spilling into the yard. One evening, I was sitting in the living room, reading on the couch, with our dog, Bumpy, lying at my feet. Everything was peaceful until Bumpy suddenly stiffened, let out a low growl, and stared intently at the ceiling. Her hackles stood on end, her entire body trembling. My skin prickled with unease, and then I heard it, heavy footsteps moving across the attic floor. It wasn't a soft creak, like the house settling. It was the sound of boots, moving with deliberate weight, pacing from the far end of the house over the kitchen, toward the living room. When they reached directly above me, they paused, then slowly turned and walked back toward the kitchen. That was it. I bolted from the couch, Bumpy right behind me, and we locked ourselves in the bathroom. We stayed there, heart pounding, until John got home. When I told him what had happened, he grabbed a bat and headed straight for the attic. I followed, knowing full well we wouldn't find anything, but needing to look anyway. The attic was sweltering, nearly 120 degrees in the summer heat. But right behind the railing at the top of the stairs, there was a pocket of air so cold it was like stepping into a meat locker. You could stick your hand into it, and feel the temperature drop instantly, even see your breath. That was where it lived, whatever it was. Things escalated from there. The atmosphere in the house became suffocating, tense. We fought constantly over the most trivial things, and as soon as we stepped outside, we couldn't even remember why we had argued in the first place. John, who had never been a heavy drinker, started drinking more than usual. One night, in a drunken rage, he stormed up the attic steps, ready to take on whatever force was lurking up there. I barely managed to pull him back, to talk him down. We knew we had to leave. There was no reasoning with whatever was in that house. It didn't want us there, and we couldn't stay. We scraped together whatever extra money we could and found a small mobile home in West Park, Cleveland. The moment we signed the lease, we packed our things, grabbed our 2 dogs, and drove away without looking back. It took nearly a year for us to fully shake the effects of that house. For months, we jumped at shadows, constantly expecting something to follow us. But nothing did. Whatever had been in that house, it stayed there. We later learned that after we left, no one stayed there for long. The house was eventually sold to a preacher who turned it into a church. I can only hope that the religious influence made a difference. But even now, we refuse to drive down that road. Some places are best left behind. During the summer, we would spend 2 weeks at our grandparents' house, surrounded by a large extended family. With all the aunts, uncles, and nearly 40 cousins, the house was always lively, especially during holidays when it felt like there was barely room to move. Their house was big, a massive living room, sun porch, dining room, kitchen, a full dirt-floored basement, 3 bedrooms upstairs, and the largest bathroom I had ever seen. Given the size of the family, it made sense to have a bathroom that could accommodate so many people. The guest bedroom, where my little sister and I slept along with some of our younger cousins, was closest to the bathroom, while our grandparents had their own rooms across the hall. The guest room had a big double bed for my sister and smaller cousins, while I, being the oldest, slept on a roll-away bed near the window. That spot, unfortunately, was right next to the attic door. And that attic door was the one thing that always unsettled me. I could never truly relax in that room. It wasn't the bed or the space. It was the feeling that something was behind that attic door, watching. I would lay awake at night, staring at it, unable to shake the overwhelming sense of unease. I didn't know why I felt this way, but once daylight broke, I was relieved to get up and leave that room. I never told anyone about it. Not my sister, my cousins, or even my parents. I just pushed it to the back of my mind. Years passed, and during another visit, my uncle and aunt arrived with 6 of their 12 children. My sister and some of our cousins got curious about what was inside the attic. Grandpa, ever patient, decided to take us all on a little tour to explore its contents. This was my moment to confront whatever fear had been sitting in the back of my mind for years. As everyone eagerly followed Grandpa up the stairs, I placed my foot on the first step, and suddenly, I hit what felt like a wall of ice-cold air. I froze. None of the others seemed to notice anything unusual, but I physically couldn't move forward. My body locked up, as if something was stopping me from going any further. My cousins called for me to join them, but I made up a quick excuse about a leg cramp and stayed downstairs, waiting anxiously for them to return. Nearly an hour later, they came back, excitedly chattering about all the old trunks, furniture, and forgotten treasures stored up there. One of them mentioned finding an old trunk filled with photographs, including a picture of a casket. Grandpa explained that it was his son, Billy, my Uncle Billy, who had died in a bicycle accident years ago. He had been hit head-on by a truck, and his injuries were so severe that the family had to hold a closed-casket funeral, right in the living room by the fireplace. This revelation was shocking to my cousins, but for me, it started to connect the dots. I had seen a large oval portrait of a boy hanging in the living room, and my mother had once told me it was her brother Billy, who had passed away at age 12. That was all I had known about him until now. Even then, I didn't fully understand why the attic made me so uneasy, until many years later, when I was grown and married. One day, while visiting my parents, my mom and I sat at the kitchen table drinking coffee. My dad and my husband, John, were in the living room talking. Somehow, our conversation drifted to Uncle Billy. That's when my mom told me something I had never known before. Because there were so many children in the house, space was always an issue. Beds were crowded, and some kids had to sleep on a large pull-out sofa in the living room. But Billy had wanted a room of his own. The only available space? The attic. That had been his bedroom. Everything suddenly made sense. I realized that my Uncle Billy's spirit had likely lingered in the attic, trying to reach out to a family member. And that person had been me. But at the time, I had been too young to understand what was happening. Instead of recognizing it as a connection, I had reacted with fear. I often wonder what he would have wanted to say. If I had been older, more aware, I wouldn't have been so afraid. Maybe I could have listened, maybe I could have helped him find peace. My grandparents eventually passed, and the house was sold to another family. I have no idea if Uncle Billy is still there, or if he has finally moved on. But I hope, now that no family remains in that house, that he has found his way to peace. For 27 years, my grandparents lived in a beautiful home nestled deep within the woods of North Raleigh. It was an elegant house, the kind that looked like something out of a magazine: high ceilings, plush carpets, and massive floor-to-ceiling windows that let in an abundance of natural light. The house was spacious, modern, and well-maintained, not the kind of place you'd expect to hold eerie secrets. But despite its beauty, there was something about it that always unsettled me, something that never felt quite right. I spent nearly every weekend at my grandparents' house from Friday to Sunday night, for well over a decade. I loved my grandparents deeply, and I cherished every moment with them, but no matter how many times I stayed, I could never shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't just a vague childhood fear, it was an instinctual dread that lingered, creeping into the corners of my mind as soon as night fell. One of my earliest and most persistent fears was the windows. During the day, they framed the surrounding forest beautifully, casting warm sunlight across the rooms. But at night, they became something entirely different. My biggest fear was that someone, or something, was watching us through the glass while we remained unaware, blind to whatever lurked in the darkness. The idea that eyes could be peering in, unseen yet present, filled me with an unbearable sense of vulnerability. My grandparents never pulled the blinds down, even when I begged them to. My grandmother, a sweet and gentle woman, thought my fear was silly. "There's nothing out there," she'd say with a kind smile. But I wasn't so sure. Another room that unnerved me was what we called the old furniture room. It was right next to the guest bedroom where I eventually started sleeping, though I avoided it for as long as I could. For the first few years, I refused to sleep alone, forcing my grandpa to take the guest room while I stayed with my grandma. But once I got older, I had no choice but to sleep in the guest room, right beside that furniture-filled space that seemed frozen in time. The room was filled with old antiques, a Victorian-style couch, 2 matching armchairs, and an ancient wooden chest. There was a Bible from the early 1900s, its pages yellowed and delicate. Family photos from decades past lined the walls, their black and white eyes staring blankly. But the worst part of the room was the velvet picture of a clown. It hung there, unmoving, yet I always felt like it was watching me. I told myself that the clown was the reason I feared the room, that its presence was the source of my unease. But now, looking back, I know that wasn't true. The fear went beyond the clown. It extended to the entire room, to the air itself, thick and suffocating. I had to go into the room often because some of my toys were stored in the closet there. But no matter how many times I entered, I never grew comfortable. Every single time, as soon as I grabbed what I needed, I would sprint out as if something were chasing me. It wasn't a game, it wasn't a silly childhood quirk, it was a deeply ingrained instinct. I never looked back, terrified of what I might see if I did. As I grew older, the fear didn't fade, it worsened. I started hearing things I couldn't explain. One day, while taking a bath, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside. It was just me and my grandmother in the house, and I was certain she was pacing outside the bathroom. The soft thud of feet against the thick carpet was unmistakable. I called out to her, expecting her to pop her head in, but there was no answer. When I finished my bath and got dressed, I went to find her. She was sitting in the living room, completely engrossed in her Bible study. When I asked if she had been walking outside the bathroom, she looked up in surprise and shook her head. "I haven't moved from here," she said. A chill ran down my spine. I knew what I had heard. I wasn't the only one. My step-sibling stayed over one weekend and heard the same footsteps outside the bathroom while showering. At first, they assumed it was me, until they realized I had been in another room entirely. Another childhood friend spent the night and later confessed that she felt incredibly uneasy in the back rooms, though she couldn't explain why. But my grandparents? They never noticed anything. To them, the house was warm and welcoming, a place of comfort. I never understood how they couldn't feel it, how they remained oblivious to the energy that filled that place. Then, the whispers began. I was 17 the first time I heard them. Lying in bed at night, I would strain to fall asleep, my heart pounding for no reason I could explain. That's when I heard it, a woman's voice softly praying. The words were indistinct, spoken in a low murmur, but the rhythm was unmistakable. At first, I told myself it was just my imagination, just my mind playing tricks on me. But then it happened again. And again. Always at night, always when I was on the edge of sleep. I started a ritual. Every night before bed, I would check under the bed and inside the closet, scanning for anything out of place. I never did this at home, only at my grandparents' house. The presence, whatever it was, never showed itself fully. But it made itself known. The worst part? The feeling of being watched never left me. It was strongest in the guest room, where I spent countless nights staring at the ceiling, too afraid to close my eyes. Sometimes, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, just a shadow, just a flicker of darkness shifting in the corner of the room. And yet, when I turned to look, there was nothing. One night, I finally reached my breaking point. The whispers returned, the murmured prayers drifting through the darkness, growing louder. I pressed the covers over my ears, willing them to stop. And then, the air in the room changed. It grew heavy, thick with something I couldn't see but could feel pressing down on me. A suffocating weight settled over my chest, and for a brief, terrifying moment, I couldn't move. My body was paralyzed, frozen in place as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. I don't know how long it lasted, seconds, maybe minutes. But when it was finally over, I ran. I bolted from the room, straight into the living room where my grandmother sat reading. She looked up in surprise as I collapsed beside her, breathless and shaking. "What's wrong?" she asked. I couldn't tell her. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? Even though I was terrified, I never refused to visit. My love for my grandparents outweighed my fear. I simply endured it, weekend after weekend, year after year. But I never stopped wondering, who was watching me? Was it my great-grandmother long past? Was it something older, something tied to the land itself? I'll never know. My grandparents have since moved into a retirement home, and the house belongs to someone else now. A part of me wonders if they feel it too, if the presence still lingers in the shadows, watching, waiting. I have so many cherished memories from my time there, moments filled with warmth and love. But the feeling that house gave me, the unshakable dread, the unseen eyes in the darkness, that is something I will never forget. That night remains etched in my memory, as vividly as if it happened yesterday. I was 6 years old, my older sister was 9, and it was 1982. My parents had gone out for the evening, leaving us with a teenage babysitter who lived 2 doors down. It was the first time I ever felt afraid in our little 2-story apartment. A fear I didn't understand at the time, but one that would haunt me for years. The apartment was small, with just 2 bedrooms and a single bathroom upstairs. I remember sitting at the kitchen table with my sister and the babysitter, coloring quietly. At some point, I realized I needed to use the bathroom, but something about going upstairs alone unsettled me. I couldn't explain it. It was just an overwhelming sense of dread. I turned to my sister. "Come with me," I pleaded. She barely looked up from her drawing. "No, I'm coloring." "Please?" I tried again, my voice trembling slightly. "No," she repeated more firmly this time. I kept asking, my desperation growing, but my sister wouldn't budge. Finally, the babysitter, tired of my whining, snapped at me. "Just go! Your sister doesn't want to go with you." I froze, still hesitant. But after another sharp look from the babysitter, I reluctantly stood up and started toward the stairs. Every step I took felt heavier than the last, my heart pounding as I reached the top landing. The upstairs hallway was dark, and the bathroom was even darker. I hesitated just outside the door, stretching my tiny hand inside to flip on the light switch. The bathroom lights were the awful flickering fluorescent tubes, the kind that hesitated before fully illuminating. I watched as they struggled to come to life, flickering dimly. And then, in that moment of half-light, I saw it. Sitting on the edge of the bathtub was something that should not have been there. It was red, with horns and a long tail. It had the unmistakable look of the devil, just like the images I had seen in books or on TV, but far more real. We locked eyes, and I felt an indescribable terror flood my entire body. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just sat there, staring at me. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. The flickering light seemed to stretch time, prolonging my horror. The air felt thick, suffocating, as if an invisible force was holding me in place. The only sound was the quiet hum of the struggling light fixture. Then, suddenly, the lights flicked on fully, flooding the room with brightness. And it was gone. I gasped, my body finally releasing from its paralyzed state, and I turned and ran as fast as my legs could carry me. My feet barely touched the stairs as I barreled back down, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. "The devil is in the bathroom!" I screamed as I reached the kitchen. My sister looked up at me, startled. Seeing my terror, she jumped up and ran upstairs, determined to prove me wrong. She yanked open the shower curtain, peering into the tub. Nothing was there. But I knew what I had seen. A little while later, my mother walked through the front door. The moment I saw her, I ran straight into her arms, still shaking. "The devil is in the bathroom!" I sobbed, desperate for her to believe me. She brushed my hair back, giving me a soft, amused smile. "Oh, honey, you must have had a bad dream." "No," I insisted, stamping my foot. "I saw him. He was sitting on the bathtub. He was real." She hushed me gently, dismissing my fear with a wave of her hand. It was the reaction I expected, but it didn't make me feel any better. Frustrated, I ran outside where my dad was standing. I threw myself into his arms, clinging tightly to his shirt. "Dad, I saw the devil," I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I imagined it. He simply held me close and said, "I believe you." That was the first time I ever encountered something paranormal, something beyond explanation. It was the first time I felt truly afraid of what might be lurking in the dark. Years passed before I had another experience. But that night, that one terrifying moment in our tiny apartment, has never left me. Even now, as an adult, I can still see it perfectly in my mind. The flickering light. The red figure sitting so still on the edge of the bathtub. The way it locked eyes with me. And the deep, paralyzing knowledge that I wasn't supposed to see it at all.